Good morning, everybody, or good afternoon, or good evening, depending on where you are in the world. Today is the first day of the knockout of the WCF Golf Croquet Women's World Championship 2023. The players are warming up. It's not so sunny this morning, I'm afraid. I'll have a look at lawn 1 for you, and this morning we're going to have Rachel G versus Kate McLaughlin, and your commentator will be Stu Smith, and I might even join him this morning. Enjoy your croquet.
Are you on commentary first thing?
I am indeed.
Only you're living.
Be here in a moment. Yeah, no worries, mate. No problem at all.
Good morning, Stu.
Good
You're
morning,
live.
Alison. We are live.
We are live. Do you need me to find the right
Yes, you
bits
can do.
and bobs on
Yeah.
the computer for you?
Oh,
Okay.
I need the tech department to find the right live stream. Would be nice.
Is this the right one?
No, that's yesterday's
Okay,
session.
no problem.
Still.
So for the listeners out there, the reason I thought I'd pop in and join you guys is hopefully there's, not that we don't love the local radio station, but hopefully
Hopefully we've lost
we've
that.
lost
Yeah.
it. So we've got a slightly different setup this morning. It did mean we needed to move the position of our nice big camera, which gets our good close-ups. So we're now looking down from corner 3, but we are hoping to get other camera set up.
Ooh.
We're getting a bit posh, but we'll see. We're trying our best to provide the best production possible.
You're doing a sterling job, Alison. How are you? I don't quite know where that radio station was coming from, but
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, the McDonald's adverts were quite fun.
Well, somebody asked me yesterday, said, who's got the McDonald's ringtone on their phone? I said, that's not what it is.
It's true. It's true. Okay, so here we are. You can see people's comments. Well, you could see people's comments if they were commenting, but there's nobody talking to you at the moment. Sorry about that.
It's early days yet.
Andrew Hobbs, I think, is just hovering up behind me. He's going to join you on your commentary. Australia is behind you, Kate. I'd shout out to Kate, but I don't want to distract her from her practice. But Tim, I'm sure that she knows that the whole of Australia is behind her. And let's change this slightly. Here we are. Right, we have cameras, we have commentators, we have technology, laptops, players, balls, hoops, a peg, which I have no idea why it's there apart from to remind everyone of the colour scheme. And get in the way.
And get in the way, yeah.
So I think we're good to go. I'm going to hand over to Andrew. Thank you, chaps, very much for getting up this morning, giving up your time to come and chat to everybody.
That is not a problem at all. Thank you, Alison. Thank you for your tech support.
No worries. Does anyone need a coffee?
We're all good, thank you.
Morning, how are you?
I'm good, Andrew. How are you?
Okay, thank you.
That's our first partnership on commentary for this this tournament.
Hopefully it'll be good fun.
So it looks like the warm-up's actually coming to an end here. So we have the first round of the knockout stages. So Croquet looking to ramp up a little bit here. And we have Rachel G of England playing Kate McLaughlin of Australia. Rachel's had a really good start to this tournament. I believe she's unbeaten, 7 from 7, so she's not dropped a game yet. So she's definitely playing well and on form. Kate had a slightly harder route, trying to get herself out of block D, relying on the playoff route. Yeah. But she played really well in the playoff and secured her place for today. It all starts again, so you almost let go what happened in the blocks.
Yeah, refresh, restart. We've got everything to play for today.
Yes.
Kate did very well coming through yesterday afternoon. She had to win both her games to get through, and she played an absolutely exquisite shot in the first game to about half a foot in front of hoop 13.
Yes.
To clinch the first game.
I think she may have come. Did she not come through the back? Didn't she?
Yes.
I think she did. Yes. Yeah. It was great.
Yeah, you're right. Rachel's 6 matches undefeated and hasn't dropped a game.
No.
Yeah.
So she's in the zone at the minute, and she's just also put a perfect blue in at hoop 1. With Kate opting to perhaps try and get a block between blue and hoop.
Just going a little bit far.
So we would suggest that Kate's putting that pressure ball in first with the intention of clearing out blue with her second ball with the yellow, I'd have thought.
And that's a nice
again
black ball from Rachel.
First 2 balls in perfect length.
2 chances of running hoop 1.
I think yellow can still just see blue.
And we're probably looking to try and clear blue here, aren't we?
Yes. Well, unfortunately, took a bit of a bounce out the corner.
Oh, it looked fairly close.
It didn't look far away at all, though.
So conditions here today, it's a little bit overcast, not too cold, but not as sunny and as warm as yesterday. Looks like the lawns have been cut. No dew on the lawns?
No. I think we had due a little bit of rain today, but hopefully it will stay off for long enough. Rachel, relatively routine, blue, almost straight in front. Very, very
nice
solid.
hoop.
Lovely ball control, lovely pace control. And it's actually not ended nicely short boundary side as well, which is quite dangerous for Kate now, because Kate rolls this red in a nice winnable position. Rachel's got a big expanse of lawn to put her in.
That's a good shot.
That is a good shot. The advantage with running there, not only is it a good position, but it's also not made it quite so easy to put red into across the other side of the lawn. And Kate's got will be thankful that Rachel was overrun with the black there, because that sort of stops the easy clearance on red for black to run the hoop.
Oh, yellow's just not into red. I wonder if Rachel can actually see red. She's gone straight up. So.
Yeah, I suggest you can see a little bit. The danger of this is depending on how much you can see, how close she's going to push that red to the hoop. No, she couldn't quite see it. Yellow perhaps just did enough. So okay, so again, quite a routine hoop here. And there you go, and just like that,
and sailed through.
And just like that, we're on to hoop 3.
1 and 1. Nerves maybe, those hoops helping the nerves settle a bit, I suppose.
It appears black has run a little short.
It's possibly runnable. Had a go on this lawn yesterday from about that distance and that angle, and I think obviously if you hit it right it should go through, but I think if it's about a foot more to our right it would be tough. I don't think it's runnable.
Is it a shot you'd risk at this point?
Not in the first game, probably not.
No.
I would probably try and take position with blue and then use my black to do something about yellow, make it difficult for yellow to maybe clear blue or get in the way.
Yeah, the advantage with blue ending quite so close is
I think maybe
question. Otherwise, I thought blue would have come in there and black would have put to the corner. Opting to move the yellow. Oh, that's a lovely shot.
that's a nice shot.
I think that's taken that possibility. Rachel moving yellow. Puts her in a stronger position now. Kate's dropped the red in. It would have been.
It looked like she was trying to clear that just enough to try and get black in hoop running position.
Wishing us all a good morning from sunny Canberra. I wish you could send a bit of that sun to us. That'd be nice.
Yes. After Tuesday's rain and gusty winds, yeah. We'd love another day like yesterday. But good morning, Chris, thank you. Okay, as Rachel's looking, trying to see whether.
Couldn't see if she could see yellow initially.
Yeah.
And perhaps having a look to see what view yellow's got of the hoop as well. Okay, so Rachel perhaps didn't feel she could see much of yellow. So it has left an opportunity. Do we think hoop from here?
Oh, Rachel did go and look.
Oh,
Yeah.
no, it was a little. It's
I
hard
did
to
see
tell.
Rachel go across and have a look to see whether yellow and blue were possibly stymied.
Yes.
I think that's probably why she played the clearance on red,
Yes, yeah.
just to make sure of hoop control at this point in time.
It's hard to tell whether Kate was trying to just sneak past that blue then, or actually trying to move the blue. It's quite difficult to tell.
So when I did some commentary with Chris Clark the other day, he was saying in the first game he feels that it's very important for people to, you want to play well, but you want to start playing yourself in. So you might not take on the more risky shots at the beginning until you feel a bit more confident.
Yeah, it's also helpful to gauge your opponent, what your opponent feels that they're comfortable with and what they're capable of doing as well. So this is it's a very fast start through hoops 1 and 2, but we're learning a little bit cagey at 3, but Rachel's very clever with the way she plays, and she's very much in control of this hoop. I have Tim Dimmon's question and people's vote for the winner of this tournament, or who people think's their favourite for the tournament, is quite a. He's got Rachel G as a big favourite, which is a good show because obviously played on these lawns an awful lot, and obviously a huge talent anyway. And again,
That's a good hoop, and she's got blue all the way up towards the next hoop. In that clearable distance around the hoop if needed.
yes, it'd be interesting to see where Kate. I mean, I'd be looking to perhaps, just pull it back a little bit, not quite get too close to that blue.
Yeah.
I think that may be a little bit too close to blue.
Yeah, I had a glance at the draw last night. I wait for the train to go past. And yeah, there's some interesting matchups in the first round. And looking at the path of the draws, we could say, for instance, we thought Soha and Rachel might be in a final, but I think they meet somewhere along the line in the draw. I'll check it in a moment.
Yes, yeah.
And that changes quite a bit. And
I do feel, been on a look, I do feel that the top half of the draw is seemingly stronger than the bottom half, in my opinion, but I think you're correct in the fact that...
no, I stand corrected. It was Rachel and Jenny, I think, who, in their part of the draw, they will, if they get through, they will end up meeting, and then it'll be a semi-final between possibly, if Soha gets that far, one of those two. So
yes, yeah.
The Rachel Soha final predictions
Can't
happen now.
No.
But they could meet in the semis. And the bottom half of the draw is also fairly interesting. And I know it's done fairly randomly.
I'd probably expect to see Debbie Lyons progressing quite significantly through
she's
that.
been playing quite well.
In the top half, but in the bottom
The
half,
interesting game there, I think, will be Maram versus Judas. Both very strong players, and they're meeting
today, yes.
first up today. And you've also got Gabrielle and Liz Drury.
Yeah, that's an interesting game. I'd quite like to see what happens. I mean, Liz is quite early in her croquet career, so to speak, and she's been playing really, really
Very well.
And I'll be like, impressed to see how she plays against Gabrielle. I mean, Gabrielle's got a lot of positional skills, obviously from the AC side of things as well, and she's a very accomplished player. So it'll be quite interesting to see how Liz passes or how Liz plays against Gabrielle, and see if she can pass that test.
I think there's a interesting draw at the bottom there as well. Dallas Cook versus Jamie.
Yes, yeah.
That should be a good match as well.
Yeah, a bit of youth.
Yeah.
We're not all old, you know.
Yeah.
We've got a healthy bit of exchange here on hoop 4. Rachel's having to gain a bit of relief because the boundary's quite close for your backswing down at that end.
And you are allowed to bring it forward so that the backswing's not impeded.
Yes. Yeah. And is the ruling 6 yards? So if you're going to move within 6 yards of the object ball, you're allowed to move your object ball as well, or your opponent's allowed to ask for their ball to be moved forward? Is it 6 yards, the ruling?
I think it might be that. I haven't seen much of it happening.
No, I haven't. I mean, obviously this is over 6 yards at this point, but I haven't seen anybody ask for the ball to be moved too much.
And that's a nice shot. This looks like quite an angled hoop from where we're sitting. I think Kate's just going to take position. Yeah.
Yeah, correct. I think at this point Rachel will just look to keep taking the ball out that's in the hoop running position. You know, so that's sort of almost a soft clearance. I'm not even sure this is as much as mid-range, just to move that yellow off the line, keep blue close by. I mean, she could risk putting blue in here and hopefully blocking. What she's gone for? She's gone for the block of red on black, I think, here.
Yeah, block the clearance red and black. Have a more inside yellow.
I mean, I'd be tempted to take blue out here personally.
I think that's what Kate's going to do. Yeah.
Yes.
And now Rachel can have a go at yellow. And as you say, that gentle to medium shot, leaving red in position, just clearing yellow,
Yeah.
would be nice.
Kevin Freeth has come up with he thinks Jenny Clark is possibly our favourite to make the final, or his favourite to make the final, and opting possibly for Jamie as well. That would be an interesting fight.
Well, Jamie was certainly playing very well the other day. I remember watching, and he's got a beautiful smooth swing. She's got a beautiful smooth swing in action.
Yeah. Her stance is so upright and so still.
And yeah, Jenny's playing very, very well. From what I've seen, she's had some good games.
I don't think Jenny's dropped a game yet either, has she?
We can try and check. And to be fair, she was out here late last evening doing a little bit of practice and ironing out some
Yes,
little...
she was. We was all having fun with the games evening and the barbecue, and Jenny was still down to business. She was still practicing, keeping very focused. We were all shouting and cheering because we managed to get 3 out of 9 pins with 3 balls. Jenny was out practicing and for a fair while.
Yeah, Jenny hasn't dropped a match or a game either.
No, she has played really well. Never particularly looked in danger of dropping a game either, if I'm honest.
Excellent effort from there. I think it just hasn't checking, but might not have gone through. But I suppose if you haven't gone through, that's probably the next best result.
If you haven't gone through, it is, yes, yeah. It's unfortunate if it has gone through, because obviously your route to 5's now shut off, but
Yeah.
and it does look like it's gone through by... Oh no, it can't have
No, I
gone.
don't
No,
think so.
it hasn't gone through. Ah, okay. Looking to push the potential promotion, do we think, with that shot?
I can't see any other reason why you'd put yellow there,
No.
unless you're looking for a shorter clearance, hard clearance towards the southern boundary. But yeah, it's in a position for red to promote yellow to in front of the hoop. I suppose.
Yes, I mean, yellow's going to get first go over anyway.
Hmm.
So I'm a little bit unsure what's going on there, because if black's through, yellow can play to 5, so that would suggest black's not through. But even if Rachel then runs with black next time, yellow gets to go first anyway, so the promotion with red is irrelevant, so I don't quite know the purpose of that. I'd almost be tempted to try and flick off blue here. Ah, she's swapped over now.
Ah, okay.
Okay.
3 steps ahead of us.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, so
But even
black
now,
makes a hoop.
yeah.
Yellow runs. Yellow then promotes red.
Yes, and even then though, I'm not so keen on that as a shot, because first in, you've got much better chance of getting good attacking position if you just put your ball in. I understand the promotion idea if you're potentially going to end up second to the hoop, but first to the hoop I'm not so keen on. So I think she might not here and just play yellow in. I mean, if she gets red spot on, but blue's too close.
Yeah, looks like
Blue's
she's
too
going to
close,
play in now.
Yeah.
That was possibly a good reply from Rachel, putting blue where she did.
Yeah, yes, to stop that, the strength of that potential promotion. Nelson Morrows says we're quite an open event at the moment, so he's given me 5 possibilities here. Talk about sit on the fence. Well done, Nelson. So we've gone.
Morning, Nelson.
He's thrown Soa, Jenny, Rachel, Debbie, and Jamie in the mix. So nobody knew that we haven't mentioned so far, but he's hedged his bets. So, as expected, Rachel took yellow out with the blue, which, Andrew, you're probably correct. She realised that this is probably where that was going, so she put the blue where she did. Showing Rachel's vast amount of experience there.
Yes. Oh, that is just held up.
Perhaps a little too direct at hoop, giving not a huge amount of room for error there, but possibly still runnable, certainly jawsable from there.
And Kate's reply was to bring yellow in, making sure she's got a ball threatening just in case.
Yes.
In a jumpable distance, possibly?
In a jumpable,
If there's a jaws or an attempt at the hoop?
I perhaps wouldn't have liked to put the yellow quite so close to black, to be honest. I know it's nice to look in, so it's in front of the hoop. We all like to have a ball in front of the hoop, but Rachel's kept blue close by, stop shot on the yellow with the black, and blue's there to clear the red. In the next sort of sequence. Sometimes I like to put a bit more distance between myself and the opponent, make that sort of stop shot hanging around a little bit more difficult. So I think we're at a point now where Kate's probably having to have a go at the black.
Yeah.
And that's unfortunately missed by quite a way, to be honest. But
And now I would be clearing yellow here.
yes, yeah. That's held pretty nicely. I think that's obviously runnable from there with the black.
So So rather than taking on a risky hoop there, the ideal shot would be that shot to clear yellow. That way you've got the blue and black in control of the hoop, with your opponent, in this case, having two fairly long shots trying to get back to the hoop.
Oh, that's a lovely weight.
And it looked like she was trying to get in front of black,
Yes.
but
Right.
and maybe it has, because it looks like Rachel's going to clear yellow again.
Would you clear yellow, or would you just put blue in and use black to clear yellow? Just improve the position, hoop running position with blue. I know that risks red having a go, but red's going to have a go at black anyway.
Yeah.
I might be inclined to have pushed the blue in there and took yellow out with the black, but
Oh, it looked close.
again, we can't argue with Rachel's decision making, because it's usually pretty good. And she's also, Rachel was also drawing some long clearances from Kate, so she's very controlled around the hoop. Kate's having to do all the difficult shots at the minute. And again,
That's a good hoop.
again, beautiful control. Look at that. Well played, Rachel. And left black runnable at 6. That's, yeah. So immediately, Kate's going to have to go on the defensive. No chance of playing to the next hoop. That was well, there's a Jaws attempt. It was certainly a try to block black on hoop attempt.
It looks like it was a try to block it.
Yes.
Attempt, and it's just rolled on by a couple of feet.
So
And
again, as we
this will
said,
be the same again.
yeah, as we said, Kate's now still got the difficult shot.
Try to get as close to the hoop as possible, I think, in this case.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be more inclined to have a fire at black, to be honest. Kate's going to have to ask for a little bit of relief on the netting. Unfortunately, it appears that Kate may have accidentally hit her own ball.
Okay.
And very honestly, because Rachel wasn't watching, we promote honesty in croquet. Very honestly said, I've touched my ball here, so sorry. That was very unfortunate. You should have looked to take a little bit more relief off that back netting, but sometimes you feel a bit guilty taking quite so much as you have to sometimes.
Yes, I know what you mean. I was watching one of the games yesterday, and both Jenny and I were wondering why they weren't moving it on further, because at the beginning of the tournament, in the players' briefing, they did mention that if it's an uneven stance or the netting or signboards impede your swing, you can take it as much relief as you need so that it's not impeding your swing.
Yes.
And I thought maybe some of the players have just been just a bit too polite. So.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right. I think Kate was the same there. She didn't take quite as much as she had. I mean, I was just going back to that shot from Rachel's. That was an interesting choice, because obviously we knew black was runnable, and probably no less runnable than blue is, but opted for that, pushed the yellow behind, so it was wired on blue, and moved black towards 7. Not necessarily content with running this hoop, but looking to develop hoop 7 as well.
And she's run a lot of this distance hoop, or hoops from this distance, should I say. And she's obviously very comfortable running it. And yeah.
And again, yes. So there's the player's mind. So you can see Rachel's mindset is not just constraint. I'm not just going to win this hoop. I'm going to see what I can do to develop the next hoop as well. If I have a chance of developing the next hoop, I'm going to take it. And it's now left Kate with quite a difficult positional shot from here. It's roughly straight down the line, so you might opt to just make sure you're in front, but judging the pace from there is more difficult.
Yeah. And I think you do. It's a long shot. You want to make sure you pass it with a possible hoop running position or possible clearance. I think better to be a little bit further than short.
Yes. Yeah, it's one of those ones that's
In this
quite
situation.
dangerous to be try to be too precise. Yeah, criminal running up short. So judging by the warm-up, this is just a little roll in, hopefully not blocking the red on the black. Which that may have happened. In fact, I think that yellow's in an awful position for Kate here, because I'm not so sure, without looking on the camera, that red can't see black, much of black or hoop. Okay, well, looks like Rachel's
I
going
think
at yellow.
possibly. Yellow obviously was able to run the hoop. Do you think?
Well, I think red was a concern there. I mean, Rachel's obviously opted to take yellow out, so perhaps yellow wasn't blocking black or hoop. It is quite difficult to tell from the angle we're at. But I do think that's... yeah. So that's the thing. I mean, Rachel's been and had a look, see what she could see, and made the decision accordingly.
And she's cleared yellow by hitting yellow on the right side, leaving blue in a good position on the short boundary.
Yes.
With a chance to clear or run a hoop.
Again, you can immediately see Kate's style is just to try and keep putting one in, being consistent with her positioning, and try and put the pressure on Rachel to have to keep moving. Unfortunately, that's not quite blocked black. But as you can see, with Rachel's experience, you can see how even when she's cleared, she's never cleared into an awkward position. We're not seeing Rachel trying to come from some random angle or some far corner. Even clearances are running Rachel close or in front of the hoop. She's very good at manipulating the balls and her opponent to some extent. That's just unfortunate.
Blue looks like a fairly tight angle, so I don't think it's going to be a jump here. I think probably a clearance.
Yeah, I think there's enough of that yellow sticking out to be able to bounce that out. That's unfortunate. Rachel would have liked to have caught a player and stayed hoop side, but main aim was to get it out of the hoop.
Be happy with that.
Yeah. Oh, and that was unfortunate because Kate was looking to hide red from blue there, I believe.
Probably needed another one roll. Yeah, that's a nice reply. Get a ball in, keep the pressure on.
Anything that makes your opponent think's a good shot.
So blue to play. Yellow to
Stop shot black. No, that's not. She's looking to she's looking to nudge the red out of sight of blue here. Just to a little bit of that red. It was good thinking. Good thinking. Just a little nudge and hide it.
the other option there, I think, would have been to fire yellow at blue. leaving the long shot back and hope that they miss it. But
We haven't seen too much clearance from
haven't
Kate
seen
yet.
those powerful clearances at the moment.
I think Rachel's potentially looking at this red thinking how comfortable she is of leaving the red as a hoop shot. I mean, it's quite wide. I think
It is a very tight angle.
Jaws is highly likely from that position, and with black as close as it is for the jump, I think yellow might be the option.
And you've got half a ball to aim at there, and if you do hit it right, it's possible that you could have knocked red onto yellow onto black. Improbable, but
Yeah,
possible.
Yeah, that's your AC voice talking, that wasn't it?
Yes.
So I think we're going Jaws here. Oh no,
Oh,
he goes
good
through.
hoop.
Well done, Kate. Well done.
Nice tight angle,
Yeah.
nice and smooth through. Good hoop.
The advantage, the only disadvantage is you can't get much mallet on that red for the next shot, but it's through the hoop. We'll take a point at this stage. So that's
Rachel is 5-2 up.
Yep.
So she'll just be trying to gain control of the next hoop. And
again, you can see Rachel's had to go slightly wide because of the position of black, but she's chosen short side boundary. Short boundary side of the hoop, rather. That's slightly better from Kate this time. She's just hung back just a little bit. Make black have to come away from the hoop to clear yellow. Might
just be able to hit the red through the hoop.
I don't like these ones, Andrew. These are the ones where you potentially snap your shaft, snap your mallet. Yeah, not a bad distance from there, to be honest. Always very difficult.
So Rachel at the moment in a good spot with both the balls nearer the hoop. She can either put a blocker in blue or take position, or if she feels that blue can run it, she can clear yellow, which is what she's looking at doing.
Just to let you know, we've had a few comments that the commentary is quite quiet, so I don't know whether that's the sound volume that it's been set at in the booth.
Yeah, if they can clarify that, we'll try and get someone to sort it out.
We'll try and increase our voice.
We were talking quietly when they were at hoop 2, because it's basically a couple of yards from where we're commentating, and we didn't really want to disturb them.
We have no access to volume control where we're currently sitting, but we'll raise our voice until we're told anything different.
We can send a message.
I'm amazed anybody wants to listen to us anyway. So
it
again,
looked fairly close.
It did look very, very close. But again, we're in a position where
I think Phil is on camera duty, might have had a better picture of that than we can see from the commentary. Rachel's going to try and run this.
So right, yeah. Again, quite routine, but again, as we've seen with that rotation, it's Kate that's had to pull off the big shots. Unfortunately, not quite made them just yet. So just showing just how much control Rachel's actually got of what's going on. So this is a crucial positional shot here now. So that's 6-2 to Rachel. So if Kate wants to get back into this game, position here is critical.
That is a good shot from red.
Doesn't look a bad shout, that. So Rachel's just going to have a look to see just how comfortable that hoop run is before she decides which ball she's going to have a fire at it with. I mean, at 6-2, Rachel could opt just to put the ball in and just put the pressure on. I mean, so far ahead at this point. So we may see Rachel just decide to put them both in and say, go on, we'll see if you can run it.
And ideally, at 6-2 down, Kate, Red is in a good position, but if
Yeah.
it stays there, Kate will want to try and run this fairly firmly to try and get it up to the 10th hoop to try and claw back too. But
This-
with other balls there putting pressure on, that makes that shot slightly more difficult. Oh, that looked close.
So obviously Rachel felt that was an easy hoop for Red and with the potential of getting down to 8, so she's opted to shoot with the first ball.
Do you think she'll probably take the shot with blue as well?
I would have thought she would. I mean, some players will just put the next ball in and say, go on then, I'll put a pressure ball in no matter what, but
Okay, that's good.
that's brilliant. So apparently you can hear our commentary slightly better now, which is, I don't know whether that's good or bad, but we're trying, I
We
promise.
try our best. Yeah.
So we're right. So Rachel did have another go with blue as well. So she's obviously confident that Red runs, and with the potential of getting down to 8. So again, would you, with blue and black where there is in your real need to get to 8, would you jaws this, Andrew? Just to give yourself better control of getting it in front of 8?
I probably would have done what Kate's done.
What Kate
and
did?
Tried to play it positively and firmly and try and get as far up as I possibly could.
Yes, yeah.
And if it did jaws, fine.
Yes,
But
yeah.
I think looking where blue is, it's if you don't quite get the jaws right, blue possibly clear it.
Yeah, yes, yeah. I mean, blue is just slightly ahead of the hoop, so there was anything sticking out had half a chance. Well, if it didn't quite bury its way in, that chance of getting it out. But
And my experience with quadway hoops is that they're a lot firmer and there's a lot more rebound. If you don't quite get the jaws right, it tends to bounce out a bit further than expected.
yeah, so it may well stuck its nose out for the blue. So yeah, fair enough. I mean, obviously it was a relatively clean and good run from Red.
And that's 2 good replies.
I just think at this point, at sort of 6-2 down, it'd be quite nice to have ended Red where blue is, which being in the jaws would have potentially helped along.
Yeah. But I think it's one of those. Think of your confidence and how confident you are of what your opponent's going to do.
So obviously, with the red getting so far down the lawn, it's put him in a good position to clear that black.
Mm-hmm.
So that nice confident hoopman is done a good turn.
And she's managed to clear black and keep red in a good position.
Yeah, it was a nice solid centre ball. Red stayed where it was. So Rachel looking to move red straight away, with the yellow not in a runnable position. So although that's not particularly defending the blue, I'm not 100% sure she could see the yellow in fairness, but that's not particularly defending the blue. But Rachel's got no real concern for that because she knows yellow doesn't run. Yellow's only going to move blue, and blue comes back in.
She's played a nice mid-pace clearance, keeping black in a good spot around the hoop and red quite far away.
And I think because of that, it's put Kate in a position now where she's thinking, I'm going to have to try something clever here, try and get away with this as a hoop, because just moving blue's not going to achieve an awful lot. Unfortunately, putting that on to try that awkward angled hoop, again, Kate felt she had no option there really. And leaving Rachel probably what do we think, 2-yarder to win it in game 1.
Yeah.
And again, nice and clean.
She's been running those quite confidently all games.
Yes, yeah.
So first game to Rachel, 7-3?
7-3, yes, yeah.
No, 7-4.
No, that's hoop 10.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Or hoop 10.
Thank you.
But yeah, it's.
I'm counting the wrong clips, that's the problem. Haven't quite had my coffee fix this morning yet. That makes a lot more sense now.
So again there with Rachel showing quite a dominant display really, without really having to do anything particularly taxing, just showing how her ball control and her hoop control is so good. Kate just started hitting a little bit more as that game went on, so...
And she made some nice tight angled hoops.
Yes.
This one. Hi everyone, we're just going to have a little look and see if we can get a third camera working for you, but it means a very quick downtime for us while the women are taking a break before their next game. We'll be back with you very shortly.
So yellow opted to come in as well. I mean, I don't know what else it would have done, but
So, on hoop 1, if you get a good position like red was there,
yes,
there's two schools of thought. One is to aggressively fire both balls and clear it immediately, and the other school is to put your first ball in a runnable position in case everything goes wrong, make one shot and clear the red.
yes, yeah, it is.
That's a good shot.
I mean, depending again, sometimes you read your opponent, and so occasionally I'll play and I'll say trust my second ball, so I'll put my first one in, sort of to make that hoop one not quite so comfortable, you know, because they'll go behind it thinking if I fluff this, my opponent's got a ball that's not right.
So, with that miss, I think Kate opted to clear black and try and regain control of hoop 1 and get a better position rather than risking a angled hoop.
Yes, yeah. I mean, even with that miss with Rachel, because
That's a good reply.
because the red wasn't a guaranteed run, it was almost worth the shot at red, because it wasn't the end of the world, because now Rachel was likely to end up short boundary side for anything that Kate puts in for the next few rotations.
Okay, so she's played in front of black. Quite close to the hoop, I think.
I say Alex Lake has just commented, well done for Alison and the team for turning off TalkSport. We could not work out where that was coming from. we spent an evening doing all sorts of mic tests to work out at what point the interference was coming in. So as Alison said this morning, we've changed camera location today, thinking it was, I can't see where it was coming in from the camera because the mic's not on with the camera, but if it's gone, then hopefully that was the answer. But we was going through all sorts of mic checks and I just could not work where it was coming from. There's all sorts of breakers and things, and certain breakers was highlighting it and others didn't. And so Rachel's after the move yellow. I don't know how much of yellow she can see, but
Yeah,
clearly
good
enough.
clearance.
Clearly enough. That's a great shot. Lovely mid-paste. So black stays about.
Blue's in a runnable position. So looks like Kate's going to try and knock it away. Yeah.
Would you like to be thanked? I have Mark, a man who's Dorset club member, who's asking if I could ask Alison or get Alison to thank all of the commentators, the camera crew and the backroom staff for such good work they're putting in. He's enjoying watching it as well as while he's catching up.
Thank you. Let Alison know.
Yeah.
She's been a stalwart behind the scenes, organising everything, getting people to help out where they can, you know, and up here early in the morning, late in the evening.
She is crazy. How she's not stick thin, I will never know. I mean, don't get me wrong, she's not a big girl, before anybody comments on that, but she is running around constantly, chasing. You just suddenly get a tap on your shoulder, right, go on, off you go. We go, oh, okay, I'm off. She's an absolute superstar. And this certainly would not be happening without her. So now, Kate opting to clear black with yellow here, even though red's closer by. There's a good clearance, well moved. I mean, red was obviously closer by to move yellow, but Rachel had a chance of cutting red down the lawn and making that clearance a little bit more difficult, so Kate's opted just to take it out with the first ball, just to keep that hoop open. So we've turned into quite a battle at hoop 1 now. Kate's unfortunate miss of hoop 1's resulted in us getting competitive again.
Perhaps I wanted that a little bit further.
Alex Lake thinks Alison's ability to do a job is fueled by the wine. Yeah, it's not quite 11 o'clock yet.
I think not only Alison, but we all breathed a sigh of relief after the playoffs yesterday, and we all sat back and relaxed with a glass of wine or a beer or two.
Yes, yeah, I mean, playoffs can be long, drawn-out affairs, but it went relatively smoothly. A reasonable finish time as well. I mean, they'd planned the barbecue and they do social events for the players on certain evenings during the tournament, and they've got a barbecue and a few party games and things to get that sort of camaraderie up a bit. Not that it really needs to be, but just helps with it. And it was all planned for 6:30, and the playoffs finished at 6:20.
Yeah, perfect
It's like
timing.
spot on, just enough time to get to the bar before the barbecue served. I don't know whether that's superb management or just superb luck. Yes, Chris W, you're right. It really is good to see so many of the England team progressing. I mean, again, there's a lot of inexperienced players here that certainly haven't played at this level before, that are playing so well. I mean, we're looking at Lawn 2 to my right here with Diana Wilson, who's played superbly well, and at the moment she scores in Noah a lot of problems, and definitely playing so well. I mean, as I mentioned earlier, Liz Drury getting out of the block first. She's only started really playing any tournaments at all at the beginning of this year, and she's qualified out of a block in the World Championships. Lynn Purses.
I was reading the summary Chris wrote on the Women's World Championship Facebook page. I didn't realise that Liz, only a couple of months ago, was at a 6 handicap.
Yeah, she was a 6
She's come
handicap.
flying down, and she's kept the run going. It's brilliant.
Yes, no, we've met her at East Dorset, and my wife Louise convinced her to start playing a little bit more on the circuit, and she's gone from strength to strength, and she's a quality. It's just nice to see. And again, that hoop's been developed, so we finally got the next shot at the hoop. Just a little bit of sort of mid-range exchange, leaving Rachel in front of the hoop, and a typically confident hoop run from Rachel.
And that's a nice approach.
Nice approach. Left that yellow runner ball. Confident hoop run, capable there.
In a perfect world, you'd like it a little bit closer, but
it does give Rachel a little bit of space to get in behind it, which is
was trying to do.
It was trying to do. It was the right pace.
Yeah.
Just unfortunately, I can't tell whether the lawn took that and sort of brought it into the yellow. So Kate, that's unfortunate, because Kate was in a strong position there. If she got red nice and tight, nice in, the yellow's got full control of blue. But unfortunately, dropped a little short. So Rachel there was definitely going for that real tight position, and just overhit that one. So, as we were saying, yellow's got full control of blue here. Okay. So the issue we have here, for those that don't know, is that Kate's sort of ask Rachel if she'd like the referee to watch this, because the balls are relatively close together. Just a little. There's a chance of a double tap here, so Kate rightly saying, look, Rachel, would you like this to watch, just to make sure that I play a legal shot here, because obviously the double tap becomes a fault, and Kate then would lose her strong position at this hoop. So just wants to make sure it's a fair shot. With the balls as far as they were apart, it was quite unlikely it'd be a double tap, but
Yeah.
It's best to be watched to be sure.
Stranger things have happened.
I most certainly have.
Looks like
Jenny has taken game 1 on lawn 5 behind us from
Liz
Sylvia.
Farrow has taken game 1. I think they haven't put the clip on. But,
No, they've cleared the clips out. So
and Liz was up in the first game.
Yes.
They started game 2. And they just started hoop 1.
yes. So Kate now has got a chance with the red. I don't know, she's opting to move black. It's very, very difficult to tell from here. No, it was the red. It was a lovely hoop
Lovely
one.
hoop.
Lovely hoop one. I mean, black was an option there because yellow was straighter at the hoop, so she could have pushed black further away, but it's a very confident hoop one. Nice and clean.
And then going back to what we were saying earlier at hoop 1, when Kate ran that hoop, you notice the difference in that one. It was a lot more gentler, a lot more smoother, and straight through.
Yes, yeah. And more difficult.
Yes.
The more difficult hoop, she's ran more confident and cleaner. I think you're right, because this time she didn't have to worry about distance, didn't have to worry about power. She tried to put just a little bit too much into hoop 1 to try and gain an advantage for 2.
And that's a good block from Rachel. Keeping the pressure on. Gently nudging that in front, I think. Just rolled on. I think there's a good game going on lawn 3 between Tafida and Mervat from Egypt. I'm not sure what the score is. I can't really see from where we're sitting. And if anybody can update us on that, would be nice.
And just to keep you up to date, as I mentioned, on lawn 2, Diana against Noah. Diana's just pulled off a lovely clearance and has come 6-4 up, going to 11, and just put lovely clearance, put the pressure right on Noah here. So well done, Diana. Keep that one up. It's a little unfortunate. I think Rachel tried to cut across and potentially block.
Red or blue?
Well, blue would play before red, but whether she was trying to hold tight enough for yellow at blue, possibly.
Okay, yeah. Again, I'm getting my colours mixed up.
Yes, yeah. I mean, it's quite difficult to put that in, but it's worth a go. Oh, that was unfortunate. I think she may have had the netting in the back of her mind then, because sometimes when you know it's behind you, it is in the back of your mind every time you swing. So Rachel, a little bit further out, but you'd never have guessed.
No.
And sailed.
It's gone all the way through to the boundary.
So it's a very strong position here for Kate if she can find that hidden position.
Wide from blue.
Yes, yeah, she can find that way in. Would then mean that Rachel would need to attack it with the black. It's hard to tell whether it's hidden. And even if it isn't, Rachel's opted to come in with the black anyway. Well, Kate quite rightly's come in here. Now if she can beat the position with the red, which she has,
That little nudge might have wired red from blue.
it may well have done, but I think with yellow ending where it is now, the strength of the control red has on black, potentially opt for that little snuggle on black, giving yellow a go at the hoop.
I was just thinking in my head, do you go for the clearance or the snuggle? And yeah, for me, I would be snuggling.
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, the clearance is a good, strong shot, but does give your opponent a go, even if it's from distance. But the snuggle gives your opponent nothing at all. Very little.
She's opting to go for the hoop.
Yeah, fair play. I do
Aggressive.
confidence and aggressive play. You do need to take the game to players like Rachel. You won't get too many goes at hoops. So if you can see the hoop, it's the right thing to do. Have a go at it. And she didn't get too many views at hoops in game one, so take the one she can. And if she rolls this one through decent, confidence will be well up. Oh, that's unfortunate. And just showing again with these quadways hoops, most of the standard sort of Jack Davison hoops, the white hoops we would play with, that red would have stuck.
Yeah,
But it's
and that's rebounded to, looks like from this position, and not a nice position.
no. The quadways does tend to kick them out. Mike Andrews just gone for a little wander to see if he's got get some information on the lawns and see what's happening on lawn 3. So I think Kate was opting to move blue a little bit there, but it's hard to tell from here. It might have just been to put it safely on the short boundary side and far away from the black.
I've just spoken to one of the Egyptian coaches representatives of the game between Tafida and Mervat. Tafida is ahead. They're still in the first game at the moment.
I'll say that small ripple of applause you may have heard on the mic was Diana Wilson of England just taking game 1 off Noah Mandua.
Well done.
So that is a superb result.
She's playing very, very well.
Oh, yeah. And it's 7-4, so a good result as well. And from what I could see from here, she appeared in control of that most of the way through. That's a nice little cheeky little shot from Rachel there. Although ideally you don't want to clear your own ball, but that clever little clearance, putting her ball back into the jaws, is a clever little shot.
Oh, it's a good effort.
That was a great effort from that point. So now Rachel's intention here would obviously be clearing red, leaving black runnable, trying to gain as much distance with the blue towards 5 as she can get.
Yeah.
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 So always looking for that extra advantage, getting that sort of extra point, if you like. And yeah, so now should Kate miss the clearance on black and Rachel run it, blue's in a lovely defensive position
We can't
For
see
5.
from here, but given where red's ended up, hoop 1 could be in the way of black.
It's definitely
And
possible.
I don't know if Rachel was in her mind trying to do that, or was just going for the clearance and the thing, but it's always worth giving it a go.
Yes, yeah. Again, looking for that extra bonus. Okay, it appears to be fine,
Yeah.
so I would suggest she can see it. It's quite a mid-place clearance, to be honest. Not a proper full fire, which is always a bit dangerous because it can take any defect on the lawn if you're at that sort of pace.
Just move off.
So again, Rachel's been very confident in front of the hoop so far. And again, through hardly any wire off the back boundary. And again, with that clearance on red, he's left. This could be a wrong ball position here. We're not allowed to actually say that Rachel has
Picked it up straight away.
picked it up after that. Yes.
Yeah. That's good.
Let's say that clearance on the red, you can see the advantage of it now because blue's so close to 5.
Now, while I was on camera duty yesterday, some of the spectators were asking me how players of this caliber can get the sequencing wrong.
Oh.
And I was explaining to them that it does make a difference what level you play at. It can be very easy to get the sequencing wrong because even at this level you're really focused, you concentrate on every shot, and sometimes that focus you're so focused on that you miss the simple things.
Yes.
If that makes any sense.
Yeah.
And if one person plays out of sequence, the other person who also might be very focused, if they haven't realised, will just follow on in the sequence of that person.
Yeah, I've done it myself numerous times where you sit and you tell yourself you play blue, then black, then blue, then black, then blue, then black. And if your opponent then plays out of sequence, you'll find you play blue, your opponent plays out of sequence of yellow, you don't notice, you just carry on and go and play black.
Yeah.
And then you can find yourself 2 rotations in, you go, hold on, what's going on here?
So it can very easily happen.
Very easily. And sometimes you're so focused on your own balls, you don't pay attention to what your opponent's doing either sometimes. So the fact that no sequence umpires are used here, it is you are relying on your opponent to spot it for you.
Yeah.
Even the referees are not necessarily given authority to do so, and even then some of these referees are watching 3 or 4 lawns at once, so they may not necessarily spot it.
No, I did try and clarify that, speaking to someone yesterday about that, because there's no sequencing and forestalling umpires from the public, or anything it would be in some of the CA tournaments. However, if a spectator does see it, they can inform the ref or umpire, but the umpire cannot intervene until he's seen that they're playing out of sequence himself.
Yes. And then it can become a moral situation then, because you then say, well, we've been playing out of sequence for a couple of turns. At which point and who do I stop and punish? I mean, the idea is you just stop it immediately and then so be it. But it can be quite difficult to sort of go, oh, well, I need to announce it now. Well, I know they've been doing it for a while, but it has to be now, even though it's potentially, somebody's going to potentially gain from it. There's not much else you can do with it.
So Rachel is now 3-1 up. And red's in good hoop
So
position.
what do we think here? Do we think Katie's going to be looking to immediately move black? Or do you think she's going to try and sort of push a bit of distance with blue? It's hard to tell which one she's
I'm
aiming
thinking
at.
she's going for black, maybe. But
It's
I think
very...
you have to hit a really hard shot in blue.
Oh no!
Ooh.
Oh, okay. I'm still none the wiser, to be honest.
Yeah.
I think that may have been at blue.
Yeah.
because she did get a little bit of blue on the way past, but she's actually hit black as well, so that was a hell of a result. I mean, blue's obviously still close by, but to have actually got any of black and moved it as far as she did, there's a little bit of luck in there, but Kate will take any little bit she can get at the minute. Alex said, yeah, blue does make sense, so you're correct. I think blue was probably the option there, and probably the shot that Kate did take on.
Yeah.
But she'd certainly take the almost full ball clearance of black as it comes.
Plan A was clear blue.
Yes.
But plan B, moving black, we'll take that.
So now with that as the result, has half a chance of gaining some control of this hoop. So looking to go in front of the hoop, but just beyond it. Exactly that way. That way it makes it a little bit more difficult for blue to clear red and remain in front of the hoop.
Rachel's once again put black in a good position. And she has that 4 or 5 yard clearance on red if she needs it.
I think Kate might be looking for the jaws here, judging by that way she's lining up. Or to get very, very, very tight. I think that's quite blocked the red. So good clearance on red here, puts all the pressure on.
Good shot.
And the good thing is with that as well is if those balls would have been the other way around, it's still been equally as good. But at this point, if Kate does actually have a shot at black, as she should do, she's going to end up further and further away from 6.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that's gone past. Yes, Graham, you're correct. Sometimes the way croquet scores works is it doesn't necessarily realise it's a best of 3. So if you put a score in, even in game 1, it does move that player further down the knockout chain, if you like, even before the match itself is complete. So sometimes it's quite nice to put the whole match result in one go, and then you get croquet scores is then right. But we all know it's a best of 3, so if there's only one result in there, we know it's not completed yet, or only one score in.
Rachel has made hoop 5 and has got black past hoop 6. Yellow is coming to hoop position, quite far away. Would possibly been wide from black.
Yeah, it does look like you may be wired, so it'd be nice to see again. Oh, see again, we may have a different result. So we were in a position there where we was possibly going to get a shot at the hoop with the yellow, but now we're in a position where if black can't see the yellow, Rachel may then take on red. But it's hard to tell what she's aiming for here. I'm sorry that we're not as precise as we could be from the angle we're at, but it did sound like Rachel may have clipped the outside of the wire there on the way through.
Did hear a sound, didn't we?
Yeah, it definitely sounded like. We need the snickometer to tell us what that is. So as we said, okay, so Kate's gone for pure distance there. I'd have probably been tempted to do the same as Rachel did in game one, and had just really tried to get control and flicked off towards 7, making Rachel have to hit 6. That was very, very close. Very close indeed. I think you're true. It's Alex saying that talk about the case of home advantage. There can be some. I mean, things like weather, for example. We know that being English, we're used to it being overcast and drizzly and wet when we're playing croquet, so we definitely have an advantage as far as that's concerned. Lawns wise, perhaps a little bit as well. I mean, we do, Southwick is a fantastic club that does host a lot of our big tournaments down here, having so many lawns, so we have all played down here a fair few times, but if everybody else's memory's as bad as mine, I can't remember what the lawns do. I can play on lawn 1 in the morning and forget how it plays by the afternoon. So, but only Liz Farrow is based at this club. Everybody else is based elsewhere in the country, but we do play here a little bit. But I think, to be honest, it's not necessarily the lawns. It might be the weather that's a little bit potentially sort of home advantage.
A bit more acclimatised to it.
Yes, yeah.
Do you think travel takes its toll? I mean, you think about. I know that travelling from Australia and New Zealand is a long journey, and they obviously get you a couple of days before. But do you think that tires you out of it? And coming from America, the jet lag sets in.
Well, I think it can do after a long period of time. You don't see too much. I mean, obviously. Matthew Essick was perfectly fine with it, but I can see there being a bit of a, especially when certainly people that have come through the qualifiers as well. You're into 2 solid weeks of playing croquet by the end of it all. That's tiring even for the younger and fitter ones, to be honest. I mean, I've listened to conversations of people in the evenings that are like, I need to go home and have a sleep. I was in bed by Harbour last night. So it does take its toll on you. It does become quite physically tiring, even though you wouldn't necessarily see as, physical exertion of a high level. But just making your brain have to work continuously does tire you out. It's a similar result to a shot Rachel played at 7 in game 1. Possibly the only one she missed all game, almost identical to game 1. That's unfortunate. Not quite enough follow through with the shot there. A little bit sort of jabbing on contact a little bit there. It just shows how much these hoops refuse that sort of shot. Just spat it out. So Rachel's
take it from that. It looks like yellow can't run it.
Yes, Rachel just dropping that in. Again, just showing, Kate almost hit the middle of that hoop, but it spat it out to an unrunnable position. So Rachel's just looked at putting that in a jumping position now, knowing that yellow's likely just to roll in the hoop here. So Kate's opted to just say, okay, I'm going to take that away. I'm going to get rid of blue now. Fortunately got a little bit of it, but not enough to move it. I don't know whether that was an intentional behind the hoop.
Possibly.
Yeah, just in case the blue jump fails, she's got the defender in behind. Whether that was the intention or not, it's probably a good thing. Okay. So Kate has understood that the jump shot is on here and doesn't really want to drop this in the jaws.
No.
So she's hoping she can get enough of the mallet on the yellow from behind to move blue. It's a bit of a risky shot, hence the reason referee Francis has come on to have a look.
So do you attempt to snuggle this just in front of it, or do you play it firmly to the boundary?
I think with the shot being, if she could get full mallet on that yellow, then send blue to the boundary with a stop shot. If the contact on the yellow is a little bit iffy, just pushing that yellow towards a blue to stop the jump would probably be preferable, unless fraught with danger. So Two Hats Francis is taking a position to watch this. Yeah, so that's what was aimed for, the little sort of snuggle in. Okay, so it appears that the ref may have called fault.
Yeah.
So the balls are going back. So yeah, that was the difficulty of that shot from there. Probably could have done with trying just to tickle it a little bit softer, just to get, as long as she's close enough to the blue, it would have potentially stopped the jump. She perhaps tried to get a little bit too close to it. That yellow does appear to be a little bit more central than it was before, but I could be wrong.
Are you going for the jump? I'm jumping this all day.
Yeah, well, the advantage of the jump is yellow stuffed, isn't it? So Kate got a little bit of luck there that yellow was shifted, or Rachel rather got a little bit of luck that yellow coming back down onto the yellow pushed the blue through.
Got a good angle on here. Just hit the top underside of the hoop,
Down onto the
yellow, knocking it away. So Rachel now 5-2 up.
Okay. Okay, so Maggie Hayworth's asking, she said she doesn't understand what just happened. I think Alex has answered the question for her at this point. Unfortunately, Kate took a little bit of the hoop on the way through with her mallet, meaning that she actually beveled the yellow, so she didn't hit the yellow cleanly with the face of her mallet, which means it was a foul stroke. And the referee called that as a foul stroke, and then Rachel then had the option to have the balls put back, and Kate effectively then misses a turn. So that's so Kate's cleared black. Unfortunately, she didn't get the middle, so black's not gone particularly far away from yellow here. So Rachel will take yellow on here to protect blue's hoop run.
It's a nice shot.
And may have even got the block as well.
The block.
Yeah. Again, lovely back ball control. You're welcome, Maggie. So yeah, it looks like that was, again, just beautiful back ball control, full clearance on yellow, black following through, blocking blue. I mean, just lovely control. So this for 6-2.
6-2.
Again, you can see the difference in the hoop strokes. Rachel has no intention of running that to the boundary because there really is no need.
No.
So, nice solid hoop run is good enough. So Kate looking to get as tight position as possible here. Sometimes I like to go a little bit further out, sort of a mallet length out. It gives you the option. It's a larger area to hit to leave your ball runnable. I think there's half a chance that red may still be runnable here.
It looks runnable. Obviously, we can't see how far red is away from the hoop. But, it's at that angle which is possible.
Yes, yes. Rachel's been to have a look. She's not winding up for a clearance. I think Rachel's happy to just to play in. Opted for the slightly deeper position. Perhaps not quite as far on as you'd hoped. Because you don't want to leave yourself in a position where red can clear you across the lawn. So a good yellow here, red can clear black across the lawn. So I think Rachel may have intended to be just a little deeper there with the black. Yeah, yes, you're right, Alex. Rachel, a very controlled and considered player. She's got lovely ball control. You know, she doesn't have to hit anything hard. She has got a power shot if she needs it, but she doesn't have to hit anything hard. It's all about just controlling each individual hoop. And she's a master at it.
Very consistent at it.
Yes.
All the time.
Yes. Yeah. You do really have to pull out all the stops to have any chance of beating Rachel. You have to properly be on your game. Because she's very rarely off of hers.
Yes.
So that was the position of the black. Shows that you could clear for the completely far, but so I think Rachel perhaps would have looked for the black to be just a little bit deeper. But she's close enough now to have a go at the blue. Sorry, have a go at the yellow, leaving blue to have a go at the hoop. Oh no, she's been. At the moment, it's only a warm-up shot. But she's currently battering.
Thinking she's. Yeah.
Yes, yeah, a good solid clearance on yellow here puts all the pressure on Kate to save the game.
Excuse me.
Oh, that peeled, I believe.
Yes, she did.
Yes, it did. It peeled. Okay, that may be the little bit of luck Kate was looking for.
Mm-hmm.
Now, first into to 10 now.
10. Yeah.
I got lost where I was for a minute.
And that's what you would like, isn't it? It looks like it's going just too far.
That, again, unfortunate. You know, we got a little bit of luck. She perhaps needed to turn this game and didn't quite capitalise on that so far, unfortunately. I've got two comments here. That Alex Lake says Rachel makes it look easy, and Maggie Hayworth says Rachel is a machine. I mean, yeah, you're not far wrong. She has a beautiful thought process in the way she plays croquet.
Yes.
You know, she does play on the percentages a little bit, but everything's thought through, everything's programmed. So she's her offer machine in that sense. Is the whole game is she almost programs the game before she takes to the court. She does a research on her opponents and has a look at how they've been playing. She It is. It's a very impressive methodology that Rachel has. It's something certainly I aspire to be like, but
True competitor.
oh
True,
yeah,
solid
yeah,
professional.
yeah. If there were professionals in croquet, Rachel would be one.
Am I right in thinking Rachel also does a lot of work with the
She does. She does give a lot of her time. She's done a lot of coaching. The England ladies that are here this week. She's puts a lot of time in for that. She's also gives a lot of her time for the international development coaching, and so she's just put a lot into croquet and gives a lot back to those around her.
blue's clear in red, yeah. Keep it in position.
And yeah, perfectly happy that she's happy with the black's clearance on yellow, so
And just keeping control.
just keeping pure control of the hoop. Now I know they've had a few England sort of team get-togethers before this tournament, just sort of, and Rachel's given her wealth of experience to the players that are playing in their first tournaments of what to expect and how to expect from what to expect from certain players, and how to sort of get your mindset in the right place, and absolute respect that she's willing to give that sort of time.
Yeah.
A beautiful double
Very
clearance
nice.
there. Whether that was intended, but we'll take it. We'll take it. Knowing Rachel, that was more than intended. I think she may well have been intending on hiding yellow from blue, which didn't quite come off, but so, well, this is a good chance for Kate here, I believe. You know, a good centre on blue gives her a chance of gaining some control of this hoop. It'd be nice to see Kate get a hoop or two. Certainly, then it put some pressure on. And certainly good for Kate's overall game if she feels she can get another couple of hoops out of this. And so Rachel was not necessarily happy that black travelled far enough.
I think she was trying to get in the way of yellow there.
Yes. So would you take the yellow on at this point, this score in the game? I mean, there's opportunity to push blue to the boundary. It does appear that Kate said, you know what? Well, that does look like black. Okay. Now I am surprised at that. I thought the positive shot was hoop there.
Yeah. I mean, red's still in a good area, isn't it?
Yes.
I think at some point you do have to risk it to try and get back in. I possibly would have hoop there.
Yeah, it's possibly so, especially when as didn't. So although it was a bit of a risk from that distance, but it was worth a shell, or at least pushing blue and protecting and trying to protect red just a little bit more. But playing people like Rachel can do that to you, I'm afraid. You know, you lose your confidence of running hoop because you know you're playing somebody who is, you know, as good as Rachel is. And unfortunately, that sequence has left Rachel in control and Kate out of control of this hoop, or not in control of the hoop.
Interestingly enough, you're talking about maybe instead of running the hoop with yellow, firing blue towards the boundary, a bit more defensive. But you know, if I was playing this game, looking at the way Rachel's been hitting everything so consistently, I probably would have run the hoop. However, if the ball was the other way around and had a chance of clearing blue further away, I might have taken the chance with that.
Yes, yeah. But the key with it is, with Rachel only needing one hoop to wrap this up, you do really want to keep Rachel away from being anywhere near in front of the hoop.
Hoop runnable position.
Yeah. So as you were saying earlier, this is turned round now, so the balls are the opposite way around, so you'll find Rachel putting it, and she's currently having a look at potential location to the far side of the lawn where she thinks I might put this, and looking for quite a stop shot, leaving black in front and a lot of distance. Oh, no, unfortunately I've misread that. I thought we was going red there, personally. Shows what I know.
Yeah. I thought she was going for red too.
I thought she'd have gone for red.
Could have said
there.
something.
Yeah. I'd have probably opted for red there. I know yellow had a go at the hoop, but Kate's not really been taking those on. So I'd have been more inclined to take red out there.
And in this position, I think I'd go for it.
But yeah, obviously blue's more runnable than it looks from here. It looks quite wide from here. Ah, well done.
Well played.
Yeah, superb play.
Well thought of.
Oh, Alex said, why would she go for red? Because where we're sitting, Alex, we couldn't see how runnable blue was. We're sat right in the far corner, and blue looked a little bit wide from where we were. But it just proves the benefit of being able to see it. So if it was, then yellow was the option. Yeah, we're sort of located right in the far corner, so we're looking at everything from quite a bizarre angle sometimes. So we could do with runners around the lawn to sort of spot for us to see what the players could actually see. Sometimes it looks like it's not runnable, and it's clearly runnable when you look back on it on the video or the live stream. We do have a view at the live stream, but as with most things live, there's a delay on it, so our commentary is a little bit ahead of the live stream that we can see. So we're commenting on something that's not yet been shown on the live stream sometimes. But that was pretty convincing from Rachel. Just showed pure control. And she's definitely going to be hard to beat in this, without a shadow of a doubt. So I'm trying to have a little look around at what I can see from here. So as I mentioned Diana Wilson playing on lawn 2 against Noah Mandua. With Diana taking game 1-7-4. I'm just trying to see what I've got now. Looks like they're so they're just approaching hoop 4 in game 2 with Noah currently 3-0 up. So Noah's has come back in this game and yeah, it's put a bit more pressure on Diana, but I mean for Diana to take game 1 is very impressive, and by no means game 2 being over even at 3-0. So keep going, Diana, superb. And looking at lawn 5 behind me is Jenny Clark versus Sylvia Freeman from Latvia. Jenny took game 1 and she looks relatively even in game 2. So we are, excuse me while I count the pegs, I believe, unless I'm sadly mistaken, it's 4 each in game, 4 all in game 2. I'm currently playing in front of hoop 9 with Rachel, Jenny seemingly in control of hoop 9. Thank you, Ewan. You were saying great work on commentary. I do apologise for you having to listen to my voice, but I'm doing my best. Oh, thank you, Alex. I'll take that as a compliment. I haven't quite got the pure BBC voice of my friend Aston Wade, but
I may have got one of the updates wrong when we were speaking earlier. Liz is actually playing blue and black, not red and yellow. So when I saw her looking at something earlier, gave the score, she was standing behind the red and yellow. But actually, I think Virginia is 1 game up.
although just as you said that,
Just equalised. So.
just as you said that, Liz has run hoop 12 to win game 2.
Yeah.
So Jenny's taken hoop 9 on lawn 5. Found herself right behind and off at the north boundary. And Sylvia's approach to 10 is substantially short, so it's a good time for Jenny to take control of that game now in game 2. Slightly overrun, but still looks good, still in good position there. No, so having seen what you've seen, where would your money lie? If the bookmaker was here doing his tic-tac-toe, where would your...
Well, Rachel's looked very, very good at the moment, I think. After watching that solid performance.
Yeah, it's difficult to bet against her, really. Again, as I've just mentioned, Jenny on lawn 5, again, very strong. I don't think Jenny's dropped a game either, so I mean, I know they're not going to meet in the final, they're going to meet somewhere along the way, but that would be an interesting game. I think I've got a feeling everything might stop and whatever lawn that game ends up on will be, that's where the crowd will be. I mean, we'll try our best to probably get it on one and get it on the live stream, because that would be a hell of a game.
It'll be a great game to watch.
Oh yes, definitely. I mean, Soha's looked... she has shown some signs of vulnerability, Soha, a little bit so far. I mean, still obviously incredibly strong, but has showed... whereas seemingly Rachel and Jenny appeared not to have shown much weakness at all at any point. There was a little chink with Soha over the block stages, but between block stage and knockout is vast. You know, you up your game. You're warm now. You've warmed up, especially if the weather stays okay. You've warmed up, and you know your serious croquet starts then. You know,
yeah.
So yeah, absolutely. You know, you go up the gears then. But I think. I mean, I know we can't get them in the final, but it'd be difficult to bet against either Rachel or Jenny getting to the final.
Yeah.
The other half of the block is a little bit more to...
It's a little bit more open, but
yeah.
Because of the way that the draw was done, with the randomness in it, there's a lot of Egyptian players, solid Egyptian players, which looks like they might be fighting it out all the way through the bottom half. And again, the Perihan played very well yesterday to come back to get through to the knockout stages.
Yes, I was quite surprised she found herself in that position, to be honest. But
Maram has looked fairly consistent throughout when I've been watching her play.
yes, yeah. I mean, the Maram and Judith game will be a really good game. I mean, they're in session 2, so we'll see how they get on a little bit later on. But
I haven't seen Pauline play. I know she's playing next on court 1.
yes,
So I can't comment on that. But I did do some commentary on one of Amani's games earlier in the week, and she was looking very consistent, solid clearances, good hoop running.
yes. I definitely would suggest that, in my humble opinion, that the top half of the block is definitely the more difficult route. Personally, I mean, there's a lot of youth in the bottom half, which is lovely to see. There's a few newcomers in there in that bottom half as well. So the bottom half, I think, could throw a shock in that bottom half. There's sort of nobody that really jumps out. You've obviously mentioned Maram and Amani as well in there. I mean, I see Sarah Haney play as well. And again, with Egyptians, they're all just beautiful players to watch, very consistent. But there is some, I mean, Jamie, again, she's shown a lot of composure as well.
Yes,
I mean, she's only young, but she's shown a lot of composure. I wouldn't be surprised to see Jamie go and really push on, possibly sort of, if not semis, then certainly quarters. Be quite interesting.
We were joking, well, we were chatting to Judith yesterday, and Tim King and that, we were joking. Judith is a past winner, and the last time when she played was in Cairo in Egypt, and she had a draw where she had to beat an Egyptian player and then another Egyptian player and another Egyptian player and another Egyptian player to get through to the finals and then win. And Tim mentioned to her the other day, said, you just have to do what you did in Cairo. You just have to beat the first Egyptian, beat the second Egyptian. And it made it sound very, very easy, but we know that's not the case.
No.
Egyptian players are very, very strong, very, very solid.
You certainly wouldn't choose that route. No, without a doubt. So we are, just to let you know, I mean, that the names have gone up on YouTube, but we are just watching the warm-up of Susana Romero of Spain and Pauline Salib of Egypt. So they are in the bottom half of the draw.
For those of you who are not on Croquet Scores, I've just refreshed the Croquet Scores app to see if there's any other results come in. And we're talking about Soha. She's got through on her side, winning 7-3, 7-1 versus Glynis.
Oh, well done. Okay. That's quite a convincing scoreline as there. I'm sure it doesn't necessarily mean it was a convincing performance, but the scoreline suggests it was quite clean.
And as I apologise for the correction earlier, Liz and Virginia was 7-2 up in the first game, not the other way around. But we do know that Liz has now equalised, so they're going to be going into game 3 soon. So that would be 1-1 either side. No results between Manal and Begonia. We know that Jenny won the first game 7-3 and is currently up in the second game. Debbie, Tafeda and Mervat are still playing. Debbie Lines beat Paz Gonzalez de Aguila 7-3 and 7-2. and now gets to face the winner of the last game which we watched, Rachel.
Oh, so we should be relishing that one. Just a date is it on lawn 5, Jenny against Sylvia. It's now 5-all in game 2. And the other game we can see quite close by was Diana versus Noah. They are still fighting over hoop 4. With it being 3-0 to Noah. But it's a bit of a ding-dong battle at hoop 4 at the minute. But so Andrew's just gone for refreshments. So we, as I was saying, what we have the next on lawn 1, Pauline Saleb again, very, very solid, very, very composed player. Currently hasn't dropped a game. She was run close a couple of times, but quite confident and comfortable wins on her way, as well as Gerda took her to Golden Hoop twice, or Hoop 13 for those that don't call it Golden Hoop. It should be Hoop 13, but hasn't yet dropped a game. Just double check on Susana Romero. I haven't got details here of what block she was in the main block stage. Okay, so Susana Romero, I think that's block C. I think she may have came through. Yes, she did. She got herself through on the playoffs for block C. So had a long day yesterday. Nobody ever really wants to be in a playoff because the nerves of playing in a playoff, you have to have nerves of steel to get through that. You're playing in that sort of last chance saloon. But she obviously kept her nerve yesterday. Unfortunately, I didn't get to see that game. I was watching the game that was on the other lawn. But again, she'll be absolutely chuffed to have got out the block. A chance to be on the show lawn. So a very Spanish style of play, very smooth and considered. I think you'll find a lot of positional play from Susana. Looking just to put another ball in and look for blocks. It tends to be what I've seen from the Spanish ladies this week. Which is quite a strong thing to do if you're looking for, you're playing an Egyptian player who's quite confident and positive running hoop. Actually does clear very well. So just keep putting another ball in to sort of cause the issue and make you think twice about running the hoop. Could be the route Susana needs to take here to get anything out of this game. But that's the wonderful thing about croquet. Upsets are more than possible. I mean, Pauline has had her warm up and is ready. Which again shows a lovely sign of confidence. She's saying, "No, I'm ready for this." trying to get the chat up on the laptop. That's I think the sensitivity on this laptop is thank you, Andrew providing refreshments. The sensitivity on this laptop is crazy.
What's happened?
Just trying to get myself across to the chat, but
It's not liking it, is it?
I'll see if you've got a more delicate touch than I have. I just trying to get down to the chat, so in case there's anything coming in. So the toss has been made, and Salib is won the toss.
Yep.
So your touch is more delicate than mine. Hold on.
Lucky, I guess, I think, or more to the point.
So yeah. Okay. So. Okay.
That's it.
So we had a comment on potential spelling of Pauline or Pauline. Do you know this? Is it Pauline? Pauline?
Pauline?
Pauline? It's good enough for me.
And she won the toss. It's put in a good paste blue to hoop 1. She's playing against Susanna Romero, is that right?
That's correct, yes, yeah. I was just saying that Susanna got away through the playoffs yesterday. So she had a longer day yesterday. The way all the draw worked is a lot of the top seeds got their bye round on the last round, so they had a lot of sort of yesterday off, so to speak. So Susanna was playing into. We didn't finish too late yesterday, but she was playing into the early evening or late afternoon to qualify. Sometimes that's a good thing because you're still playing. You are having that break between plays, not always the best thing. It's a good chance to catch up on some sleep. So Susanna's been had a look at the blue, opted not to try to move it with a red, I believe. That was definitely a position in. It's hard to tell whether black's actually blocked blue's hoop shot here. Susanna checked, so she's, whatever happens, saying I'm moving. No, good pace on the strike, so it wasn't. If it'd have hit, it'd have certainly moved it enough.
I thought this would happen.
There you go. So
Black's in such a good position that she's going to clear red. With any luck, hopefully get the block on black.
yes, definitely got the chance of blocking here. Nah, just out and out. Try and get distance. Now, if you try for that little block, you try sort of a mid-paced. You really need to push the red to the boundary, hoping to keep control of the blue.
So those looked like she was looking.
She's just looking for maximum distance, I think. I mean, it's a relatively straightforward clearance back at black here, really. So I think Sally would be a little bit disappointed where that ended up.
She's managed to move black out the way and leave red on the boundary.
Yeah, see, that's the
the
thing.
right part of the boundary, should I say?
That's the thing with potentially cutting that clearance. She's put the ball behind, so the clearance back, if contact is made, red's likely to stay in a decent position rather than going across the lawn to make the clearance.
I mean, just put the ball black back where it was, forcing.
I think
another clearance.
I think red can see the hoop though. Do you think red has a double on
check.
that hoop? No, Andrew's shaking his head, suggests there might be a bit of that black covering the hoop.
No, black's blocking red from the hoop.
Black is covering the hoop. Okay. That
I mean,
might,
you
that,
could go for the
Yeah.
bouncing bomb or double jump,
Yeah.
but
well, that changes this shot then, doesn't it? I mean, if red's got a shot at the hoop, yellow, I'd be more inclined to put yellow in. But if black is covering, this is why yellow's chosen to move black. That's a good shot.
good shot. Now red has a chance to hoop.
Yeah, it's definitely not
But
blocking
blue's
it
still
anymore.
to play.
So, do you look to make a statement? Do you look to make a statement and think, you know what, I'm going to have a go at the hoop here?
Given
I
where
know it's-
yellow is and where
Yeah.
black and blue is, I would go for the hoop, but I'd probably go for it. I wouldn't go hard at it. I'd go to run it nicely, or if not, end up
Yeah,
in and around the hoop.
it's that difficult balance of thinking, well, it's quite early in the game, still trying to work each other out. You know, do I just put in and try and work and develop this hoop, or do you just say, look, I'm going to make a statement here and we'll show I'm willing to go for these?
Spanish ladies are putting up their flag on court one, showing their support. And I think that's what I mean about going firmly but not too hard. You're
Yes.
still in and around the
Yeah.
hoop and got control.
Making contact with the hoop, you're always going to stick around. But I'm happy to see that she's gone for the hoop. She's just gone, you know, I'm going to go for this here. You know. Again, as we said earlier, with players of a higher quality, a higher standard than you are, they're likely to be able to work the hoop better. They're likely to be clearing better than you.
Very much so.
So
yeah.
if you hoop, really be taking them on and taking that chance, because you're not going to get too many.
Yeah.
And if you do run one or two, your opponent, no matter how good they are, has a potential of them having to switch their mindset, thinking, okay, I'm better than these, but they're capable of running good hoops, so I can't afford to let them have a hoop from even that little bit longer distance.
Yes.
Whereas we'd all be tempted to say, I'll just put one in because they're not going to run that hoop.
Black's in a runnable position, and Susanna cleared blue to the boundary. And I think Pauline was trying to get the block between black and red.
Yeah, that is a good option. Again, because blue would have ended up runnable anyway, as it has, or it appears to have had. Just unfortunately not quite got the block. It was worth a try.
Mm-hmm.
This is another one of those where a cut on the black leaves red in front of the hoop, back to almost where she was last rotation.
Mm-hmm.
As a go up. So that was a good clearance, that, just making sure she's got control of her ball. And the Spanish are quite fond of playing red and yellow.
Yes.
Being country colours as well. I mean, when we was playing in the Spanish Test match at Hurlingham, the Spanish were asking, even if they won the toss, could they play red and yellow?
Nothing wrong with a bit of passion for your country.
Dean Sayed has asked if we could change the name. Unfortunately, we do not have control of the names here.
Is that on the croquet scores?
Yes, Dean, if you could let us know, is that on the croquet scores or on the actual scoreboard on YouTube? Because I'll take a wander and get it changed if it's on the scoreboard.
You can send them a message there, I think.
Have we? There's a possibility that on the scoreboard they've mispronounced Pauline with an A, not an O. Ah, beautiful. I've just got a message come through saying the team have fixed it, so they must be monitoring the chat as well.
Right. That's good. And that's a nice little clearance.
Thank you, team. Well
Susanna
done.
there, getting blue out the way. It's difficult to see what angle black is at the moment, but going for position. Thank you, Mark. I think they've just fixed that, or they're busy updating it now. Just had a message come through saying we've just fixed the names and the colours, so it should be correct now. Nice hoop, Susanna. A nice little nerve settler, low angled hoop with the added pressure of black being close by as well. So 1-0. Lean having first crack at hoop 2. It's gone a little bit over, but it's more or less just in line with hoop 2. Spelling still not correct. Just flip the order of the names. Okay. Pauline opting to clear red to the boundary there. She's obviously comfortable that she can run hoop 2 with black from the distance she's at. And it's fairly straight on, with a slight angle, and about a yard and a bit out. Looks like Susanna will try and clear this. Clearance. Okay. The technical team are busy trying to sort out the spellings. It's in hand. Just for those in the chat who need to know. We have sent messages and they've said okay, so they're going to try and sort it out.
Just to update, Jenny ended up taking game 2 and the line behind. So 2-0 win there for Jenny.
clearance.
So yeah, a very good start here from Susanna.
She made a very good hoop one from quite an angle. Could just get her past the black on hoop one. And black was in a threatening position, and she made it quite comfortable.
Yes, I'm having a word with the team back in the booth. I missed that bit. And yeah, a bit of a comfort break. Not that you needed to know that. And we got a bit of it. Not enough, but we certainly got a bit of it. And the only thing is the complete lost control of the black completely now.
Yeah.
So it does put
Susanna's cleared a couple of these fairly confidently so far.
It does. I would suggest just put red and yellow, perhaps a little bit more favourite for this hoop now. With black wandering off so far as it has. I think blue has no option here but to come in. I mean, the clearance through yellow to move yellow and hope to stay somewhere near was another option, but a difficult option.
No, I think I would have played blue in.
I think blue in
got to have a ball somewhere there. Just miss.
And good morning to Janet, a very good friend of mine who said good morning. Apparently I'm Croquet's answer to Gary Lineker. I don't know whether that's a good thing or a bad thing. I'm tempted to take that as an insult.
Next step, Walker's Crisps advert.
Well, I'm the Smith, so surely it's Smith's Crisps.
Smith's Crisps.
Do they still exist?
I don't know. Oh,
Okay.
like you said, put the doubt of the mind with black,
Yeah,
black being so close.
Yeah, that doubt.
Oh, well, that wobbled a bit, so they'll be asking for mallet to knock that in.
So that's it's not the end of the world result for red, because that's not the easiest of jumps.
No, those close little jumps can be quite problematic.
Yes. I mean, the possibility of peeling red is not quite so bad because red's not actually in the jaws itself. But getting up and over the red with black is not an easy jump. You almost have to be a lot further over the ball because you need that to come up really quick.
The danger is if you don't quite hit it right, you could peel red through.
Yes. I mean, the Egyptians like to jump quite flat. This has definitely got right over the ball, so. No, unfortunately, as
just
expected,
at the top of red.
It's very, very difficult to get the ball to rise that quickly.
From that close.
Yes, yeah. And puts red in a very, very strong position. Perhaps enough to shake red out of the hoop. But very, very difficult now.
Yeah. Yellow will just take position and keep the pressure there.
Yeah. Just in case that red does. Oh, okay. We've opted for. Okay, I don't feel I can get that out. What can I do to perhaps hamper red in any way? So, 2-0.
That looks like a nice shot.
Yeah, nice position.
So a nice start for Susanna.
Yes, yeah, very good. I mean, I'm just amazed. I mean, Colin Slim is obviously not particularly a very tall lady, but she has a very, very short mallet. And very, very short sort of grip area on the mallet itself. Can't be more than about probably 8 or 9 inches of grip. I mean, there's no point having excess handle if you don't use it.
Nope. I have chatted about, the distinctive Irish style that the Egyptians use.
Okay.
I think it's brilliant that they can generate that much power with the Irish grip and the way they play it.
Yes.
I was having an experiment yesterday evening trying that and trying to generate the same power and force, and number one, it completely hurts my wrists, and number two, I find that I'm definitely not as accurate as I'd normally be, if that makes any sense.
Yes,
But they can generate so much power.
Oh, they can. There is a comment that it does affect their power for jump shots. Because most of the bigger jumpers will tend to play Solomon grip for the extra power. But certainly general clearances and hoop runs, they don't seem to struggle to generate power in any way, shape or form.
No.
Okay, Alain Gerard has made a comment that it is actually Pauline with an A, not Pauline with an O. So it's the it seems to be misspelt with an O in various locations.
Okay.
So once I've left commentary, I shall see what I can do to have
Sort
that changed here, there and everywhere. Blanca's going to be excited. Susie, vamos Susie. Susie's had a good start. She's played really well so far. And that's another cracking clearance.
Centre ball.
Yeah. It looks like Blue's going to have a look at taking red out here. She's obviously confident that red goes past that black towards hoop, so she's looking to remove it. Just steadying herself, very typically Egyptian style. The only difference is she doesn't slide her hand down the mallet. But the whole stance and process before the shot is very, very similar.
Oh, that's unlucky.
That's unfortunate. I mean, got the red she wanted, but nicking
Just
the black.
ricocheted off into black. Yeah. She's knocked black out of position.
A little bit of a thought process here now. I mean, I think the option is to put red deep.
Yeah.
Just keep red away from your opponent's balls. Don't necessarily need to be that deep.
Oh, that's trouble.
Yeah, it did. A little drop off the lawn there.
Dropped off
That's
there.
perhaps a little bit deeper than I'd have expected. Well, certainly I'd have chosen myself, but just wanted to make sure it was difficult for that red to be cleared. And I know it really can't be cleared anywhere. So again, as I've seen with the Spanish this week, happy just to put a ball into position.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd probably been tempted to move black there and just keep the whole hoop open and keep everything going, but obviously she's been clearing relatively well,
Yeah.
that we've seen so far, so she's said, look, I'm confident I can move that black. So, fair play with that positive style. It's great.
I think Pauline looking for the block.
Yeah, that's the only danger of doing that shot, is it's not a vast distance for that blue to travel to block. And if the block's in, now she's in trouble for the hoop. Would have been the advantage of clearing black first time round, but there's nothing wrong with being positive.
Right. Always worth giving a chance, or having a chance. She's just looked at the hoop. Checked our phone at once. She might be contemplating, I don't know if you can see it or not from where we're standing. Might be contemplating.
Oh yeah, I mean that's the thing. If blue has blocked red on black, then black's likely to run. So hoop's the answer. Got a lovely mallet. I've not seen a mallet like that before. Just sidetracked briefly. Oh, she could get some of the black. Fortunately, not quite enough of it, but fair play.
I was chatting to Lindsay, my wife who's playing with us, and she was chatting to Susanna. Apparently Susanna has a brand, a clothing brand and a mallet brand, where she promotes mallets and clothing and things like that. So I don't know if that's one of their brands or...
There's certainly not a mallet I've seen before. Unless it's just a mallet I have seen before, just been dressed up differently. It's hard to tell. So, looking to put yellow in the corner, right, not far off. We've got a hello and a good morning from my doubles partner, Steve Leonard.
Oh, good morning.
Apparently it's nice to have a lovely, calm, informative commentary. I'll
Susanna's going to try and clear blue here, I think.
we take blue out of the game here. Oh, well done. Is that the first one she's
That's the
missed?
first one she's missed from that distance.
Didn't miss by a lot. Not so sure on these hoops, so
Just checking the firmness of the hoops.
Yes. It's a very Egyptian thing. Any time they're going to run a hoop, they'll always check it, and it's a good practice to get into. It does make a difference when you're trying to get a nice clean run down to the next hoop. You don't want anything, that lovely little click you get off of a firm hoop. Any movement in that hoop's a chance of sort of not only missing the hoop, but you lose a lot of the power of the shot because you get reverberation through the hoop rather than the ball just that lovely little click and disappears down the lawn. So again, steady in a 7, very Egyptian style. Solid. And there's that beautiful little click.
And it's going all the way up to
and
4,
control of pace.
and that's a lovely shot. Yeah.
Slightly overrun to be running the hoop, but in full control of that hoop now. So these
I prefer playing with firm hoops, firm tight hoops than
Yes.
anything else. And
Yeah.
I think the Egyptians do too.
It does make it a little bit easier with all of your, if you know you're not with the loose hoop.
The carrots which go into the ground are a lot longer than the actual height of the hoop.
Yes. I think
they're-
don't they have a lot of sort of sandy soil, so it gets loose quite quick. So they've got longer carrots to try and find some firm ground underneath. Is that right?
Yeah. So I think they'll always check the hoops to make sure that they're nice and firm. But,
Yeah. Well, it's definitely a good practice to get into.
You're talking about that nice click when it goes through the hoop. There's nothing worse than that horrible sound, when they're loose.
Yes, yeah. That is definitely one of the most beautiful sounds when you get that sort of lovely contact with the mallet followed by that little click as it runs through the hoop. It's almost that sort of cricket sort of leather on willow
Yes.
comment that people make, that lovely summer sound.
So clearing red to the boundary. Black's in a good position, although it's quite a lengthy hoop.
Again, show
She
the
could
advantage.
take it on.
Yeah, show the advantage of that lovely hoop run. Getting your blue somewhere near, ready to defend the next hoop. If you can't run it, you're at least there to defend it. Just show the power of that positional shot through from the hoop run position. Again, looking for that little block in.
Looking for the block on black.
May have overrun ever so slightly. We'll soon know this. And there's your answer.
There's your answer. Yep.
Again, unfortunately, we may have to have the referee just walk round and see if we can firm up all of these hoops on this lawn. So Pauline just having a one look, trying to attract the referee's attention. Which, yeah, I'm quite surprised at, because the referee did go around the lawn in between games, just having a little tighten up. Hoops do obviously become loose. There is still movement, especially when you're getting the changes of temperature and moisture.
Yeah.
You know, they can actually move or loosen up as the soil will expand and contract, without through the heat and moisture.
To be fair, the hoops have been really consistently set so far throughout the tournament. Speaking to one of the groundsmen, Steve, the other day, and he was quite proud of the fact that after he'd set all the hoops and the referees were going around testing the hoops, he only had to change 1 or 2.
No, that's good. That's good. And if you got the lawn is consistent firmness, you got half a chance of keeping the hoops firm as well, especially with the quadways.
Yes.
We were lined just a little bit, not quite with a position, so just go again.
And doing the backing away, restalking, making sure.
Start again. Okay. Unfortunately, that weren't far off it in the middle. I think it took a little bit of actually the right hand wire and spins, took it around the left-hand side of the hoop. It just shows what the quadways can do to you. Just spat it right back out behind it. Solid centre ball on the blue. Got the pressure on blue's clearance coming back in. Slim ability of a block here. Ah, okay. Shot. Lovely control.
For where I'm sitting, red is black. I think black might have.
Obviously,
A very nice shot from Susanna. If she's stopped blue from clearing red.
and that's the advantage of the snow shot. It's the better, but it does almost end the hoop. It gives your opponent no possibility of moving you. That is a disadvantage. If you put your opponent to the boundary, case probably a 9-yard, but a 9-yard clearance they're able to hit.
Again, they've asked for referee. I think this is because Pauline's looking to play off yellow.
Is she going to try and play off yellow? Do you think possibly the angle there to try and rush yellow to red, do we think?
Yes, I'm thinking something like that. But because of how close the balls are together, this could be a risk of a double tap.
Again, the good thing for Susanna is there is actually a gap between the two balls. Obviously, but you get more control over what you can do with the blue. But the balls being separated by what appears to be, I can't be much more than about 10 mil. Although again, it's very difficult from this distance. He's definitely looking at the possibility of cutting yellow across, hoping to shift red. Yeah, that's definitely what she attempted. Yeah, didn't look too far away from where we were.
No. The red should make this comfortably.
Yeah, it should do. Again, this is really, really good play from Susanna. Ah, hold on.
Oh.
See, this is just to show that we know that hoop's only just been tightened up, and even in that short space of time, whether the hoop run with the blacks knocked it back loose, because it was quite a powerful strike at the hoop. It's just shook it loose slightly again, but so it's now Susanna's turn to ask for the hoop just to be firmed up a bit. I don't know whether Alison's paying Mark or not, but insistent that I buy Alison her wine. Anybody think Alison's some sort of alcoholic? Either that or she's texting Mark and saying, can he drop some hints? Oh, okay, that's unfortunate. Again, perhaps not quite so smooth with that hoop when I don't feel. No. It's a little bit sort of trying to force it, perhaps a little bit too much. Blue has greatest clearance on red, so
might have been a bit more of an angle than we could see from here as well.
Yeah, that is possible. Let's be fair. The black may have to come through the back of the hoop to move this red here. This wasn't an easy shot. Blue can see a little bit of it, but the black was the easier clearance on the red. Unfortunately, she would have had to come through the back.
So Susanna's gone to see what sort of shot blue has on red.
I think that's only to decide whether she's going to go halfway
Yeah.
or put one in. I think just in case blue gets anything, you
Looking like she's going to take position.
it does. It says obviously she thinks, well, there's a little chance here of red being shifted, so I'll put something in. Quite
A
deep.
little bit deep.
Yeah.
Close.
Very close.
Very close.
Okay. Obviously went for with only just enough pace that if she did hit, it would moved it enough without potentially losing the blue completely.
So 3-1 to Suzanne, and
Yeah.
red is black is offside.
Side, yes.
So, the penalty spot on the west side of the boundary. In the west boundary, yeah.
So again, really confident play from Susanna. Making this, with black being offside, makes this sort of shot back in just a little bit more difficult to get good position. Looks good pace. Yeah, again,
That's
superb.
lovely.
Absolutely
Wow.
superb. Perfect.
Lovely
pace.
touch.
So, as far as you're concerned, then, Andrew, do you go with yellow? Just move it right from the start?
I'd be inclined to get a ball in first.
Yes. And then,
Because if I go hard at this with yellow, I lose some control of that hoop. So, and then, yeah,
would you be looking at thinking, well, okay, the clearance on black with yellow is
Yeah.
not much different to the distance of clearing it with red.
Yeah.
So let's if I'm going to risk that distance for clearance, I might as well do it with red.
and
And
that's
have
about
something in.
a 7-8 yard shot.
Yes.
Um, If I'm playing well, I'd be confident to be hitting that. Yeah. But yeah, I'd definitely prefer to have a ball somewhere near hoop 5.
Yeah. It is a good tactic. Like I say, if the yellow would have been a hell of a lot closer, it'd be worth taking the black out and not
Yeah.
risking missing
Yeah.
with the red. But as the clearance distance was very similar, it's worth taking a risk with the red, especially 3-1 up. That was a
good shot.
again right in the middle. Right in the middle. Great clearance. So
Now I'd be looking to just clear it.
yes.
Um, I'll be at about a medium pace so that I get black far
Yeah.
enough away and red's in and around hoop 5 again.
Yeah, the key is to keep as much control of red as you can.
I think that just slid past.
Again, didn't miss by a lot. So again, that's always nice. You know, if you're trying to hit clearances and you're missing by country mile, you know, you're not quite so confident that okay, I'll put the yellow in because I'm going to move it with a red.
Yeah.
But again, that was close enough for her to walk away thinking, okay, I went far enough away. I'm still confident with my clearances. It's fine. So black for 2-3. Oh, now that is a surprise.
Yeah.
That is a surprise. Still control of the hoop,
Yeah.
where the balls are. I really would have expected that to sail through, but it just proves again that these hoops are missable. Well, any hoop's missable, but Codways are always that little bit extra challenging.
So you were asking me about clearing black with yellow there. Would you have done that? we were talking about earlier, or would you have put a ball in as well and then cleared with red?
No, I think you were right. I think because the two clearance balls were of a similar distance. You know, if you're going to hit it, you might as well hit it. You've got more benefit hitting it with the red than you have with the yellow. You're almost trying to win the hoop by hitting it with the red. Yellow's just keeping the hoop open.
Blue looks like it's gone a bit, got quite an angle. Shot.
Great shot. Great shot.
Good shot.
Susanna felt that she needed to move it with a red, and she did. So again, shows the confidence with the clearances.
I think looking at the angle that blue was at, it was one of those that, you know, if you didn't quite run it, it might have stuck in the jaws, and then you've got the easy hoop 5 all the way up to hoop 6. So clearing that there gives her another chance at that hoop.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's hard to
Colleen's
tell.
put black in a good position.
It's hard to tell from here whether yellow has a double at the hoop. The doubles are, I'm judging by checking the hoop, suggests she fancies the hoop here.
It could be a slight double on.
It could be a slight double. I mean, doubles.
I'll be going for the hoop, yeah.
I mean, double's one of these shots that I struggle with it. Not necessarily the shot, but the concept of the shot. Because people say, oh, I'm here. Normally, you'd like to decide which one you're
going for. Yes.
You know, so these ones that say, well, I was going to clear, but if I missed the clearance, I was going to run the hoop. Now, to me, that's a completely different statement to, I'm going to have a go at the hoop here. If I'm slightly off, I'll clear the black. You know, I could almost understand the double in the concept of, well, I'm going to go for the hoop. If I get it wrong, I'm going to move the black. Rather than somebody saying, well, I was going to go for the clear the black, but if I miss it, I could run the hoop. I'm a bit, you know.
As Reg Bamford would say, there's no such thing as a double. You aim for one ball or the other.
Yes, and that's the truth. That's how I look at it. But yeah, you get people who say, oh, I went for the hoop, and you caught the black, fine. But going for the black, missing and running, not really a double.
Good effort.
Good effort.
Now, the reason why I said I would is because of where my red is so far down there, and black's in a good position with blue.
Yeah.
Be like that. You may as well give it a chance. You know.
Yes. Again, it's one of those. Being 3-1 up, you say, I'm going to go at the hoop here. Being 3-1 down, the positivity of running the hoop and getting to 3-2 is fine, but it all depends. I mean, obviously, as we've proved here, the block back in with blue was quite a simple block.
Yeah.
Because not much distance to travel to block the red on the black.
And I think if I was down there, I probably would have gone for clearance and black.
Yeah.
Just to try and get better control of that hoop, so that if I did run hoop 5, I'd be able to run up towards hoop 6. But
It just shows that both options.
My mindset is there, and it could be very wrong. And
no, I mean, both options show a sign of confidence, doesn't it? You know, if you're going for the hoop from there with 3-1 down, or going for the hoop from there with 3-1 up, it's the same level of confidence. But you might be more inclined to just say, I'm going to ensure this hoop, rather than.
Yeah.
As it turned out, the block was successful there, and so we got not massively closer than it was than the one she missed a second ago, but I wouldn't suggest she's going to miss it a second time. No.
Good hoop.
No, good hoop. Not quite as clear run down as would have hoped, but I think a little bit more reserved on that one after missing it last time.
Yeah.
This time just making absolutely sure.
It's more important, I must try and make this hoop.
Yeah, just making absolutely sure. Suzanne just having a quick brief look to see.
I think she was playing the wire there.
Yes, yeah. Marlene's just been to have a look as well, just to see if black can see yellow.
Yellow's in a fairly good position.
Yes,
a yard and a bit out.
I mean, even if black can see yellow, red has control of black anyway, so I think blue going at yellow has to be the shot. Now that, again, I am really surprised that's the shot of choice there. Nearly come off, but I am surprised she didn't go at yellow there. I mean, red's just going to, as expected, just around or maximum distance. Just double checking it can't see, but even if it can't see yellow, it's likely to be able to see the hoop. So we're going for maximum distance. So that's why I'm surprised with the blue. I really did think she'd have had a go at the yellow there.
The yellow. Especially if red was wired.
Yes, yeah.
Because it's the only chance you got.
Yeah. I mean, if it had sat in the jaws, it'd have been lovely, but it's a bit ambitious from there. I mean, it's a hell of a shot to drop it in the jaws from there.
So, conditions have started to change a little bit. It's still cloudy and overcast. It's got slightly cooler and it's now starting to drizzle.
Lovely.
So that might change the pace of the lawns a bit if it carries on for a bit. Looked close.
We never noticed. Apparently the commentary disappeared for a short period of time, so I don't know how much of it you've seen. And we've also got a question from the team asking if the spellings are now correct. So if anybody else is out there is having a look, if you'd let us know if the spellings are correct. Certainly within the commentary side of things. The croquet scores and the everything else, I'll have to speak to somebody else over that, but I just want to make sure that the commentary side of it's right.
So then run that one nice and confidently.
Yes. Again, Pauline's got it all to do here. She's there's a quick exchange of once hoop 5 was run, there's a quick exchange, and hoop 6 was over, which is why I think the blue had to go at yellow there. Blue is a little bit old here. Not the easiest of hoop runs. It is runnable, certainly jawsable. So would you be looking to position and just say, I'm willing for you to have a go at that?
Well, I mean,
4-2 up.
It's a long clearance from here. I'm probably putting red in a position and then having a go
relatively
at it with yellow.
deep. It does look like she's aimed to just fire this off the north boundary. Yeah, so she's chosen the deep option to be as far away, and means blue can do nothing with it. And that's obviously the defensive part of it, that if black gets in a really good runnable position...
That looks good. That looks good. Oh, did it just curl?
Sure.
I think she might have a shot.
Yeah, so as I was saying with the red, she's looked quite a defensive position in the fact that she needs to be away from blue, and means blue can't move it or clear it at all. If black had to come in on perfect position. I think that might have been an attempted position and block as a
Yes.
2-for-1 with the black.
That's why I thought, I think she's got it. But
It's hard to tell whether she's got it, but I think that Susanna is confident that blue's hoop run isn't a given. So she's happy just to
put the ball in as a
play
threat.
in. I mean, it may well have been blocked. Again, it's very, very difficult to tell from here. But again, so I think Susanna was confident that wasn't going to be running the hoop. So she wanted to be nearby.
So yeah, the nice idea about playing red deep is you now do have the option of clearing black if you wanted to.
Yes.
She's opted to go for the block. It just overrolled.
So again here, it's all with the black ending up where it did. It may have well have gone for the block, but it can only be clear into the short boundary now. So this yellow's never going to be too far away from the bird. And the yellow's going to have the rest of the lawn to put the blue in. So I'm looking at probably 8 yards to We'll be quiet for a moment.
Oh, what a hoop!
Wow. Okay. The look from Susanna suggests that may have been blue, was the intention there, but
Yes.
we'll take that every day of the week.
Well, I most certainly would have been aiming to clear blue with the hope to deflect it into the hoop there.
Yeah. The deflection, so the in off was on, but I think that was a shot of blue. But yeah, so we'll take that every day of the week.
We'll take it.
Yeah, most definitely. So
Sometimes that happens.
that's very commanding now from Susan. That's 5-2. And just to update you on, I don't know what the score was, but on lawn 2, Noah Mandura took game 2 against Diana Wilson, so that's now 1 game all, and they've just approached hoop 1 in game 3. Good luck, Diana. Crowd are currently getting a little excited because the smell of the barbecue's drifting in the air.
Yes.
The 2 players have currently wandered off for a bit of a comfort break and to get some waterproofs.
Probably get some waterproofs as well.
Because that drizzle's just picking up just a little bit more, so everybody's gone to sort of wrap up.
So another updated score coming in. Manal Kurdia has gone through. She beat Begonia Alzaguru 7-5, 7-5.
Okay, that's a good result. Begonia was playing really well.
We've mentioned that Jenny's through. We mentioned that Debbie and Kate at some point.
Yes.
And I think some of the bottom half of the was now started.
5, we have the only all-English tie in this round, and we have Gabrielle Higgins playing Liz Drury on lawn 5. Liz, having done really well to get out of the block, is up against it a little bit with Gabrielle. Gabrielle's a very good touch player and is very composed in and around the hoop, so Liz has got her work cut out and is currently 5-1 down and playing into 7. So she's got a bit to do to get back from there, but Gabrielle's a really good player and it's going to be really difficult for Liz, but she needs to be proud that she's got as far as she has. You never know. You never know.
You never know. Attempted jump shot on lawn 2.
Okay. Noah looking to jump for 1. Oh, got second best. So although failed to jump, she cleared the ball from the front.
For a moment I thought that might have gone through, but no. It's probably just the angle we're sitting at.
Yes. So although this is the knockout stage, it just seems a lot more calmer around, don't you think?
Yes,
It seems a lot more.
Very much so.
Yeah.
The last few days, the atmosphere's like very intense, hasn't it?
Yes. Perhaps it's everybody's got their head down now and it's they're proper down to business. there any fun and sort of that relaxation that you can get or you can find in block stage play is sort of gone now. Everybody's like proper focused. See, we're back after the comfort break. Typically, both considered putting waterproofs on, but by the time they'd had their comfort break, the rain stopped.
The rain stopped, yeah. Or was it eased up? Yeah.
So, black to play in. So, I can only assume that red intended on pushing itself short side boundary, make sure it wasn't available to be cleared into the open lawn. Because again, it's obviously good positional play and good thinking.
I remember a couple of years ago I was playing against Jenny Clark
Yes.
in one of the opens, and I was still learning the GC game, but she was doing that to me on every single hoop, and it took me a while to click what was happening. But she would do that, and then I'd be cleared to the far end of the boundary, and I just kept coming back, and I thought, I get it now.
Yeah.
If we do have anyone who's not quite at this level, it is always good to try and have your balls on the near side boundary. And likewise, when you're playing your ball forward, try not to get it in front of a easy clearance to the opposite side.
Yeah, you want to give your opponent the only option is to clear you to the shortest distance.
This is what we were talking about.
Yep. Oh, okay.
That bounced a bit.
Whether that was the strike or whether it hit something on the lawn, but it definitely took a lift, took a bit of the pace out. I mean, obviously the yellow still made it to the south boundary, but that extra bit of pace potentially kept the black closer by than it perhaps would have been. There's a question here whether when the plate blocks will start, just to let you know, they've all started. They've all started.
The plate blocks have started. My understanding of it was that plate P, Q, R and S, they've started at staggered times. So plate P started earlier, and then plate Q will start a bit later, etc., etc. So the plate blocks have started, but they are on lawns. Is it 7, 10 and 11 or something? Or 9, 10, 11? So
7, 10 and 11, you're correct. Just to add that,
it's a lovely hoop.
It was a lovely, I don't know whether, again, one of those where I'm not 100% sure the intention was to go in off yellow, or whether it was just the clearance on yellow, but that ball sailed through. I'd like to think that was meant, and I shall take that as meant. But from that sort of distance, I'm not so sure. Yellow wasn't particularly close to the hoop to be able to guarantee that as a shot.
So Paulina's made another hoop. That's now currently 5-3. Is that right?
Yes. So again, I think I may put that down to a smidge of luck, and it's 1-1 on the luck front as far as same with Susanna's.
Yeah. The balance is restored.
Yes. Yeah, I can't imagine for a moment that was meant.
Yeah. And Susanna's put in a good red, and we see Pauline going a bit deeper.
So do we?
Is red maybe a bit short?
The red may well be a bit short here. So.
Sorry, yeah. Once again, we can't see from this angle.
It's hard to tell what's going on there. I don't know whether Susanna was just having a look at what blue could see, but she was almost winding up as if she wanted to hit it then. So, well, that's just Pauline's just walked up and said, "That's my ball."
It's that extreme focus. That's tiny concentration lapse. That's a better ball.
That's a better ball.
That's a really good
Now
ball.
that we're going back to this potential snuggle moment now, aren't we? So blue is going to need to move something here.
And we have seen Susanna successfully do one of those earlier, the snuggle.
Yeah, so it's definitely in her repertoire. I'm quite surprised blue didn't try something a bit different there. I think it needed to move something.
Yes.
I mean, even moving her own black would have been good enough, I think, there, but I definitely think something had to move. So here's the, I would have thought, a little snuggle.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a wind up for a snuggle shot, but the snuggles the shot, and it looks like well executed again. Oh, okay. Perhaps we can see yellow. Perhaps it didn't quite do
Didn't
the job.
quite get
Perhaps it
enough.
didn't. No.
Yeah. Ooh.
Again, it does show the difficulty of trying to watch it from this angle. It did look like she'd got the snuggle there. Very nearly peeled you through. So a 5 at blue here to potentially leave her with a hoop run on red. Yeah, lovely strike. This really is hitting her clearances or roquets or however you call it very well so far, Susanna. Okay, nothing's hit particularly hard. Most of it's in the middle.
Thinking this is declare red. She's
Yes,
taking quite a swing.
I mean, realistically, I'll be looking at sort of mid-paced for here.
Yeah.
Move red well off of running line and leave your blue. The key is to control the blue here. You need control. Oh, okay.
Maybe going for the hoop.
I'm unsure either way, because if she was going for the hoop, I'd have expected the typical Egyptian wiggle of the hoop just to make sure before she went for it. But so it's quite hard to tell. It did look like it only just missed the red, so I'm none the wiser, I'm afraid. So again, a very solid hoop from Susanna.
She's been very comfortable on those longish angled
she
hoops
has.
today.
She's played really well, really solid. It's quite easy to sort of be looking to play somebody that's classed as above your standard and above your grade and yeah, it's a throw game. Brazil has picked a little bit again, but nothing too drastic.
Got him the result.
Nothing I've been positive. go at black.
Yeah.
I'm ambitious enough to think that was a go to finish it, but at the hoop, I think that was definitely black. Run at the hoop. Back in front either. I think that more black. I've seen a lot more black than I thought. There's a couple of the goes she's had. The hoops refused. So now I would fancy Suzanne to come back with the yellow. It's likely that Blue's. Yeah.
If not, women on the get between blue and the hoop.
Yes, yeah. Again, even if she's sort of midway between blue and hoop, but not necessarily on the line, it puts that doubt. I mean, Pauline has missed a couple of opportunities, but this wind-up suggests it is blue. Just aiming to move it a little. Nothing particularly hard.
Yeah.
Just enough to move it. I see. The position of the yellow is, Pauline, having missed the black, has decided, you know what, I'm going to make this a little bit take a chance and make it a little bit easier for myself.
Yeah.
And that just shows the difference between the confidence of running the hoop when they're firing in and they're flying through the hoop. You just keep having another go because you're running them. Just put that little bit of negativity in her mind there. It's a very Egyptian style, just moving it in and giving yourself a definite hoop run. But I also don't think it helps that she's missed a couple now that she perhaps fancied herself to get. And so she's just trying to make sure of this one.
Yeah, and she's put black in a runnable position, but trying to get the block on yellow.
We can't see whether the block is there, because if the block's there, it's hoop. If the block isn't there, it's blue.
Close.
It's very, very close. We have a blue from the next one just wandered on, but
so I'll be knocking this hoop in so it's nice and firm.
would you, so what's the score? We've got the score, so what's,
6-3.
This will be 6-3. Would you be considering jumping this to try and leave red where it is? Make its journey to 11 not quite so easy?
The temptation's there, isn't it?
The temptation's there. I mean, I'm going to say, even if she'd have run that cleanly, she was going to knock blue off that hoop. Knock red away from the hoop. Just clip it away. I'd have been quite tempted there to have a go at leaving red where it was. Get up and over the top.
Considering that both red and yellow are behind the hoop, I probably would have gone for the jump.
Yes, yeah.
Because black's also in a hoop runnable position.
Yes, yeah.
But the other thing is that I quite enjoy the jump shots. I'm confident on them.
Yes,
I'm positive about that.
Yeah.
But I think if I was having a day, which you sometimes have when the jump shots aren't working, I would have just made sure I run that hoop. But
Unfortunately, we was talking at that point, Andrew. The wrong ball has been played here.
Yeah, so blue ran.
Blue ran.
And then yellow's been played. Yeah.
Susanna played yellow in. So the referee's just explaining the the replace and replay, or the sort of the ball swap option. It just shows how easy it is, even at this level, just to lose track of what's going on for a moment. But no, as we were saying,
It is pressure. There's a lot of pressure here. You know, they're vying for position and trying to get this first win, and they're both wanting to, you know, fight it out. And the concentration does lapse, I think.
Yeah, without a doubt, it is easy to do. But as you were saying, Andrew, you know, if you're confident with your jump shot, very comfortable to stand behind that and just jump that through. I think that there was quite a strong case for jumping that one.
Yeah.
Especially as it red would have been first in.
Yeah.
Take relief if you need it.
No. Would have had to come very, very deep to get anywhere near a hoop running position.
Yeah, and ideally, if you did. Sorry.
So it's just a pause because they're going. Sorry, Andrew.
I think ideally, yes, if you did jump that where red was, you could then put your next ball in a really nice position. Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
Because the only option there would have been to go deep.
Yes. Yeah. So we're looking to clear the hoop out here. Just first danger ball's gone in. Good position. It needs to be moved. Paulie's decided this one's got to go with the black.
I think on running that hoop, Pauline was a bit unlucky that blues ended up where it is, because she did play that quite firmly.
She did, yes. I think actually having the red in behind the hoop took any pace of it getting any further as well. So.
But she's
Again, shows for the strength of jumping it.
Good yellow in here. The blue will struggle to clear it, and then you've got a nice.
Just bring yourself a little bit further away from the black.
Yeah.
You don't want an easy clearance for the black. That's not bad. It is distance from the black. Could have probably done with a bit. I'd have gone a bit straighter, a little bit further back to make the clearance from black likely to only be right. So the blue there, I think that's actually probably block. It's probably block yellow on the list with our respect. Be there when yellow, to be honest. But it does mean that if the yellow is missed by the black, there is a bit.
I think I'm. Yeah. I'll get the ball in. Oh.
Yeah.
No,
Say,
I think
Paulie's just gone to have another look just to make sure that it hasn't blocked the blue. Or blocked yellow shot on blue. I'm happy that it hasn't, so this is a clearance on yellow. Again, if you hit this a lot on the right hand side of the yellow here, although you've got half a chance of leaving a hoop shot, you've also got a big chance of keeping the block. Okay, well we've gone, that was a little bit more of a difficult shot there.
Yes.
To try and snuggle in from that distance is, she got very close to it to suggest she was going for the snuggle rather than the block.
And that's happened.
It's quite a distance to give that a go from.
Yeah. I don't know.
Susanna's gone looking for... So see, again, that shows the angle we're looking at. So the idea with the snuggle wasn't necessarily to snuggle the yellow, but was to hamper the jump. So, okay. There we go. So, second best result.
Yep, managed to move blue out of hoop runnable position.
Again, a good clearance now on red.
We're expecting red to end up in the corner.
Went for the cut to keep blue straight. Okay.
That's nice.
That's a nice
Good
shot.
shot.
Yep, yep. May have got, if she had any intention of running the hoop with black, she may have wired red on black, but I don't think that would ever be Susanna's intention anyway here. I think Susanna would be more than happy to allow black to have a go at the hoop, I think. if she fancied it. I think black can definitely see the hoop here, so, but with no go and test the hoop would suggest this is red. Although I'm not so sure, you know. It's hard to tell from here, but this looks like a hoop shot, I mean.
Yes.
And it was.
Good hoop.
Good hoop. Good hoop.
Pressure hoop.
They usually tell you by wiggling the hoop first, checking the firmness of the hoop first, but we didn't that time.
So that brings it. Oh, she wants to leave it there. Okay.
No, she was asking whether she was offside, but she hit the top of the blue, didn't she? So
yes,
she was.
that needs to stay there.
Yeah. So Suzanne's just had a quick look there, because there is a point in front of hoop 12 where she could hide it from the black here, which I think's the intention. So now she went to have a look at it. She's obviously thinking that shot's on. Oh, that's under hit, unfortunately. So let's give a chance here to take this hoop on, or get in control of this hoop. Just shows the issue with running short with positional. Positional part of the game is really if it's strong, you've got every chance.
Yeah.
If you run, it's quite criminal running short on a shot coming in like that.
So this is turning to be a little bit of a comeback. Pauline now with 5 hoops, Susanna with 6.
I've got a message here to say we've lost commentary for a bit, but I don't know whether that's an old message or a current message. But we'll keep commentating to suggest that people can still
Maybe
hear
the
us.
rain's playing havoc. It's starting to come down heavier now.
We've been told we are okay, we're back on now. So that was another good clearance from Susanna.
Yeah.
So now we're on, this is definitely a choice now for Pauline. We can move red, but if we move red, the back ball control of our own ball now is really important, really important. And I've got a feeling this is hoop. I don't think she's decided that hoop is the option here, with black being so far away. But I could be wrong. And she just ran a good 11, so yeah, it was correct that the hoop was the shot she was going for. I mean, she did run a good hoop 11, so she thought, you know what, I'll take that on and run a good 12 as well. Unfortunately, passed on the right hand side. So this is the perfect opportunity now for Susanna. She doesn't need to take this hoop on. So
No.
she's just letting Pauline put the blue on. She now has the option of just rolling forward and keeping the red wide from blue, if she wants to take that as an option. She does look like she's composing herself for the hoop shot, though, I have to confess. I think she's almost said, you know what, I want to finish it now.
I've seen her run some long hoops.
She has run some good hoops. I'm surprised she's not. It's quite a Spanish style to just sort of run that in.
Good hoop.
But wow,
She's got it.
yeah, confident.
One game up.
Shows the confidence. Hoop's done.
Right, so I don't know if they'll be starting straight away.
No, may have a little break. It might be wise for them now to perhaps find some waterproofs.
Yeah.
And I think they are the only lawn that's not currently wearing waterproofs. So. I had another comment from a friend of mine and fellow Budley club member, Niall. Niall Litton. Just basically thanking everybody here for the coverage and the commentary, and enjoying listening to our waffle handling.
Oh, we're trying. That's the best. I'm going to take a quick comfort break, and I'll come back.
No problem at all.
While they're doing the same.
I think they may be looking to replace us shortly, but I'll keep yapping until we do. So that was impressive. I mean, considering Pauline hasn't yet dropped a game, or hadn't dropped a game up to that point, it just shows the difference of block play to knockout. The pressure's ramped up. Certainly the pressure's ramped up a lot more on those that are considered favourites to win. You know, people that are expected to win a game, and perhaps progress to a further stage of the tournament. The pressure then ramps up on that player, and if you do struggle sometimes to handle that pressure, because all of a sudden you're expected. So whereas Pauline was superb and never dropped a game in the block, and Susanna got herself through on the playoff, all of a sudden those that obviously just watch, they see how well Susanna controlled that game to some extent. I mean, I know Pauline missed some hoops she perhaps wouldn't have expected her to miss, but Susanna controlled well, quite impressive really. So all of a sudden that knockout's a completely different game to block. I find now. Good afternoon.
Really, so much like that this was a potential banana skin for Pauline. I've been quite impressed with Susanna during the tournament, and I thought she failed a couple of early hoops, and I thought that might be enough for Pauline just to extend and win it. And she's got the first game.
Yeah, it was quite impressive composure from Susanna. And once she found that confidence with the hoop running as well, a couple of times she just didn't think twice. You think, oh, I'm going hoop here.
Yeah, no, I've been impressed by her steady play and the ability to run hoops smoothly.
Yes. Because even that at a hoop 12, I looked at it and thought, okay, just a little move forward, keep yourself blocked on blue that had disappeared off the south boundary, but no intention whatsoever.
Oh, it's a good 3-yarder, wasn't it?
Yeah. So, first two balls in there from Pauline.
I mean, one of the things we have to ask ourselves is, now this rain is, it's sort of a little bit more than drizzle, isn't it? It's steady, gradual, gentle rain. Is that going to play into the non-Egyptians' hands? I've always felt they were 100, 150 points worse when having to play in wet weather. They're not used to it.
No.
And equally, I don't think the Spaniards like it, to be fair.
I'm not so sure the Spanish are too used to it, but there has been signs in previous tournaments how you do get a dip with the Egyptian abilities when the weather's not quite in their favour. I mean, none of us particularly like playing in the rain, but certainly us English, if not the Europeans, are used to it a little bit more.
So we've got a fascinating match next door as well.
Yeah, we've been keeping
3-3.
Is it currently 3-3? I mean, Diana played game 1 and she was in control all the way around. She was playing absolutely superbly. Noah picked up in game 2, obviously, and took game 2, but Diana was never out of it.
No, she's very competitive. So we'll try and keep viewers updated with the score every now and then over there. But Pauline's now got a good chance to run hoop 1 nice and firmly down to hoop 2.
Yeah. So this hoop run.
Yeah, lovely
It's
shot.
a beautiful hoop one. So Andrew's back with us now, so I'm going to take some time away. I'm going to leave you with Andrew and Chris to see this game out. Thank you, Andrew.
Thanks, Stu.
Thank you.
So Pauline's a player I've watched for many years now, and she's still improving. Has a pretty good pre-shot routine, sets herself up well, nice and balanced. And I say that last game was the first game she's lost all tournament. Nice positional shot with the black.
Morning, Chris. Or afternoon now, I think.
Afternoon, Andrew. Just been mentioning the weather and the effect it might have on the players. You always expect the standard play just to dip a wee bit. That's another good positional shot from the south boundary with yellow there. And I like this positive takeout here. Blue onto red.
Yes.
There are lots of chance to find a wide spot on the north boundary with a central clearance. And so yeah, I like that good positive play. As it is, the miss is going to leave Susanna with quite a strong position.
Susanna's been playing quite well. She's been hitting her clearances very nicely in the first game.
Again, from a technique perspective, Susanna's swing clearly coming from the shoulders. A little bit more wristy from Pauline. Standard Egyptian, lower Irish grip. Just choosing to play in there, and she's done it very well.
Nice
That's
shot.
got the block, I think.
Yeah. This will just be a stop shot away.
Yeah, this is all about back ball control. And hit it on the wrong bit. Black is still available for red to clear, but I'd have been trying to play the stop shot, moving black about 3 yards further north, leaving red a shorter power clearance.
Yes,
That's very good.
it's a nice shot.
So either ball in front of the hoop's good there. As it is, she's managed to leave black a clearance to a long boundary on yellow and still get blue in front. So red has to now clear the black.
Has to. Forcing the clearance and the pressure shot. Oh.
Blue's not quite good enough. Blue's not a guaranteed hoop. So just that, it's done. The right option there. Keep control of the hoop.
Keeping both balls on the hoop side. And still forcing Susanna to come back in, make the clearance or get a good position. I think Will, afternoon Will.
Hi Andrew, you alright?
I think Will's now swapping with myself and for say
Another quite wide miss there by Susanna. So that will give Pauline a bit of confidence. Afternoon, Will.
Hey Chris, you alright? With yellow boundary, it's a bit of a problem. Red can't run the hoop, but yellow might be able to get.
Being off is possible.
Yeah.
Black can rush peel blue, but it's quite a cut, isn't it?
Yeah, I wouldn't
And
like that.
Is it a little bit hard here? Say,
I guess it. Go wrong.
you end up rush peeling blue, you're 3-0 down.
Yeah, and even if you get rid of that blue ball, black just runs. So there's a lot that can go wrong without actually much upside.
Yeah.
To that sort of shot.
And I think black's just finished fraction short here. I think there's half a ball poking out, which is the side she needs to hit for an in-off.
Yeah, she's checking it, but she's not taking so long. I think she's probably got some. Just a question of how much she's got to aim at rather than whether she's got any.
I think to get the in-off, the ball needs to be skidding when it hits blue, and I don't think she can hit it that hard.
Oh, does it? Does it need to be skidding?
Yeah, I think it's a fraction the far side of the hoop.
Okay.
So I think it will probably go too far east, the yellow, after the contact to go through.
She's watching it. Oh no,
Got the
caught
front
that.
ball. That'll be a 2-0 lead to Pauline. Game down.
And red is probably okay. And she's run that to the boundary. Would you have been greedy and tried to run by an inch?
I would definitely have been wanting to run that by next to nothing. Yeah.
It makes the hoop shot a lot harder, but if you nail it, if you get it, then it
Yeah.
really just limits what red can do.
Yeah, black would have had effectively first play to
Yeah.
directly in front. Red's only been to the north, so he thought it wasn't worth the risk. You
Yeah,
can't get
exactly.
directly in front. I'll just have the first in front.
Not great, really. It's a clearing ball, but you don't want to be relying on a hoop shot from there.
But equally, with red there, I think Pauline's taken the right option with black and just
Yeah.
gone fractionally long.
Yep.
It's still runnable, but the clearance angles for red are now limited.
Yeah, red will struggle to get rid of black very far, even unless you get quite a cut on it.
Yeah, the whole concept really from Pauline is that she's not going to be running the hoop with black.
Yeah.
She's going to play a good positional shot and then hammer this yellow ball away.
So do you think yellow's right, given that Pauline's maybe not expecting to run with black? Do you think yellow should have gone deeper than black?
Like black, potentially blocking black is one good thing, and if you don't, you've still got a choice here with red. You can clear black and hope it misses, because to miss some.
Yeah.
Black, blue, and we'll see what you want to do. Are you going to stun me away, or are you going to take your hoop on? So it does give red some options. Obviously, even better if yellow had gone a couple of balls further and blocked black's hoop shot.
Yeah, clearing blue then would be quite strong if Pauline doesn't fancy the jump.
Yeah.
She's missed that clearance. So now you reckon black will clear yellow, presumably?
I do. I don't think there's any chance at all of black taking the hoop on, unless it feels that it hasn't got an angle to clear yellow, because blue and the hoop away.
From this position it looks like it might be awkward, but she's just playing that, so it's probably just fine, right?
I think she's going to cut it north of blue. forward.
Oh, okay. Though I don't. I think blue might have even wobbled there, but I think if you're 2-0 down, that's the sort of shot I'd think.
Yeah, I had as much gap between blue and the hoop as she's actually managed. Game.
She's a top versus a 4th seed here. You know, on balance, like if she just plays steady hoop and just just tidy, nothing too special in that fight.
Yeah, I mean, I did mention that this was a match I thought was a potential banana. I have been quite impressed with Susanna during the tournament.
Yeah, game 1 she looked great.
Yeah.
That's nice, but gone quite far.
Yeah, I think she'll be pleased with that. It'll be a confidence builder to her.
Yeah.
If you hear any shouts of Brav or Bobo, Bobo nickname with Patrick, Bobo might make
some camera issues. One of the transmitters keeps dropping out, so if it's back at home, a transmitter dropping, and the guys are working on it, but yeah, hopefully it'll be fixed. The length about 2 feet.
attempt, I think, with red to try and block black at yellow, and the number one.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
She's left it 2 yards short, really.
There's no threat here. Like Pauline, if she's fancying her clearing, she could clear red, and if she doesn't, she can just come in and block. There's no real threat. I'm okay.
Meanwhile, on lawn 2. We've got Noha, I think, taking a 5-3 lead.
That's game 3.
That's game 3, yeah, and it's a fairly neutral position at 9 still, so could be anyone's this hoop 9. Maybe, if anything, a marginal favourite to Noha.
Yeah, this actually, it's probably off screen, but the next shot is going to make a big difference here. If this is cleared nicely, then yellow could get an advantage. That's pretty good.
It's a good shot from
That's pretty
Diana.
good.
So that match we'll try and keep you updated on. Meanwhile, Pauline just playing back in, trying to control each of these hoops. And she's got the block on yellow's hoop shot. Susanna giving a little bit of a clap there, and now yellow's going to be forced to clear blue and red forced to clear black.
Yeah, and it's difficult to see where the next hoop shot's coming from. And actually, at any point, Pauline can turn around and clear. Actually, if yellow does get a...
Oh, that's lost yellow completely.
Yeah.
So blue can just...
Oh, blue's clearing.
Yeah, this is quite aggressive, isn't it?
It is, but at the same time, if she centres this to the middle of the north boundary, there's a lot of lawn where black's wide. And black looks pretty easy. Yeah. You've got blue and mix now. That
should be blocked.
Yeah, you'd hope so. You've been pretty unfortunate if you're not blocked there.
I just thought she might want a slightly shorter hoop than black has got. It is lovely and straight, but it's over a yard.
Yeah, I guess if Pauline just runs this, then it's fine. But Susanna might be forced to come back and just take position. That might be all she can do. And then if Pauline messes up the hoop, blue's a bit wayward.
Ideally, if you can take position here wide from blue, and then just cross your fingers that black has a bad hoop shot.
Yeah, I think that's the only way back in. And actually, at 4-0 down, you just got to take that chance, right?
Yeah.
If you don't have black, you just got to stick a ball and hope. That looks like position.
He's gone the wrong side to get wide from blue, but the length was good again.
Length's great, yeah. Yeah, that's fine. It could have done with a bit more. I always think if you get by the peg, then you solve so many headaches for yourself at 6. If you don't quite get past the peg, then it's amazing how often you're wide from the ball, wide from the hoop.
I guess the positive is 5-0 is 5-0.
Yeah, 5-0's nice.
And from Susanna's point of view, she just needs maybe to get 3 points in the game, so that she feels she's going into the decider with a bit of confidence.
Like right now, I think she needs to be setting herself like mini goals of get to 6-3 or something like that. Something that seems realistic, but actually, it can change how Pauline's feeling about things. Like right now, she's probably flying and feeling confident. But if Susanna strings 3 hoops together in a row, even though Pauline's still the favourite to win, I sometimes think she'll go into Pauline will go into the next game pretty shaken, or feeling like she'd almost lost that game.
Yeah.
When in fact she was always comfortable.
Particularly knowing that Susanna has first play in third game, if you can get a 2-0 lead there, you're really starting to put some pressure on.
Yeah.
So Pauline just nudged black away from the peg with blue last shot, and now this is an optional hoop, isn't it?
Yeah, I remember years ago David Openshaw said if you do a rush or a promotion to a hoop, you're basically forced to go for the hoop afterwards. His thought was if you cleared after a promotion, your other ball's bad, and you're sort of you're always behind from that point on.
Absolutely.
Ooh.
Decent effort.
Yeah, I thought that was through.
Got sort of into the jaws before getting put back out. The hoops are actually pretty straightforward, aren't they, Will? They're in the old hoop holes from day one.
Oh, are they really? Okay.
And then starting to get a bit wobbly by the time you're getting into the afternoon.
Okay. Just seems like you should have run the hoop.
Tried to block the blue at red, and has done. I don't think it's a bad choice of shot, this.
So what was wrong with yellow's hoop?
It's a bit long and angled, I think.
Okay.
I don't think Pauline will want to play a double clearance. On the basis if she misses it, she'll push yellow over to hoop 7.
Yeah.
So this is an attempt at the hoop.
Yeah. Maybe I got the wrong angle, but I really didn't think yellow's hoop run was so bad. As in...
I think that's just made the hoop bigger and stopped blue getting to 7.
Yeah.
So you don't just want to run this, you want to make sure blue stays where it is.
Yeah. And 5-0 down, that's the sort of thing you have, it's more important, far more important when you're 5-0 down, that you get every advantage at 7. Yeah, that's nice. And she messed up black. Nice, very
Blocks
nice.
black to 7 as well. So neither of these balls can get nicely in front of 7. Blue can't get anywhere near it. And Susanna's going to be thinking, I can get to 5-3 down here.
Yeah.
Both players just headed off. The rain's just starting to come down a little bit more heavily now. So Susanna toweling down her grip. So we'll have a slight delay before the players come back on. Still 5-3
Oh, that hoop's
to
still going on.
Noha.
Be a huge win for Diana if she takes that.
Actually, a super tournament.
Yeah.
Played really well in that first game. And meanwhile, on other lawns, I've just seen Jamie Gumbrell go out to start her first knockout match, which should be the last match of the last 32 to go on.
Oh right, okay. And then, are they going to have a wait, or is everybody from round of 16 going to go on in essentially the third round of the day?
I think there'll be some sort of cascade effect where,
Right.
because the top half have played first, they'll start going on, and then
Yeah.
over the next 2.5 hours, all of the matches should gradually get on.
Yeah, okay.
Which hopefully means we'll get 2 last 16 matches on lawn 1 eventually.
Oh, I see. Yeah,
which would be
that's true.
great for the viewers to see 2 of those last 16 matches.
Yeah, because these will be like round of 16 will be basically 1s versus 2s in the block, right?
1s versus 2s, indeed. That's the logic behind it,
Yeah.
anyway. At the top original seeds have won,
Yeah.
but Begonia, who had an upset and won her block from 3rd place, has gone out in the first round of the knockout.
Yeah, it can be pretty brutal like that. And she had a great block stage, but then this morning, 2 quick games and she's out. Yeah. Yep.
And I think we've just had a big miss on lawn 2. Diana's just missed a 7-yarder, and Noha looks like she's got a 2-foot straight hoop 9 to take a 6-3 lead.
Yeah.
Just calling for the referee to bang the hoop down. She wants to run it well up to hoop 10. Peter Freer giving that a good thump. So players on our lawn still just preparing, getting more rain gear on.
Yeah, I can't see them lawn side. In fact, I know Pauline's going into the main hut to get some water or something. I don't know whether they're planning a longer break or not. I guess we don't have
so.
time. We
No.
don't really have time to take a long break.
No. And Noha's run hoop 9 to within 4 yards of hoop 10.
It's quite angled, but it's quite... I don't think she'll like to run the hoop from where she's ended up, but
No.
it's a very strong clearing position.
6-3 lead, having been game down in the
Yeah.
decider. She'll be pleased to have got back to here,
Yeah.
particularly with the weather having turned against her.
Yeah.
But Diana's a fighter, and it certainly wouldn't surprise me to see this going to hoop 12.
Yeah, 10 and 11 can turn pretty quickly. It's quite easy to string those two hoops together. But hoop 13 is quite a thing to overcome. So, yeah, Noah must be a strong favourite. Okay, so they're back on the lawn. Nice.
Yeah. So just a reminder, Red's just run hoop 6 to take the first point of the game for Susanna. So
Yep.
she's 5-1 down, but Black couldn't get perfectly to 7.
And they're about to play the wrong ball.
And yeah, well done, Pauline. She's reminded Susanna it's yellow to play. And again, just for viewers who are used to sequence umpires in the UK, no sequence umpires at this tournament.
WCF event, is it? Is that why?
Well, I played in a WCF event or an ERC event at Cheltenham and we had sequence umpires, but this event we haven't, and this will be a little snuggle behind the red.
Yeah, it's all blue can get done, really, isn't it? Oh, but that's no good.
Overhit.
That's-
At least you wanted to hamper the backswing.
Yeah, or even the feet.
Yeah.
Like there's a lot of area behind red where blue's sort of useful.
I don't think there's any need to take this out. I
No.
think the yellow's played a beautiful block.
Yep.
And red can just play
Yeah.
in between black and yellow, and that's fine. Hasn't got the block.
No.
I don't think it matters that much.
I don't think so. I think this is going to be awkward to clear. I think
And you just want the half ball clearance moving both balls about 3 yards, don't you?
yeah. Oh, it's a jump. It's a jump.
I don't think the position's bad enough to justify this 5-1 up.
No, I don't. But at the same time, sometimes if you've looked at a clearance and you think, I think I'm going to rush peel that, like,
So-
yeah,
That's almost got a sort of second prize, hasn't it? In that yellow can't run the hoop firmly.
but I think yellow's is jawsing here, or at least I'll be trying that. I don't know whether Atkins allow jawses.
Oh yeah, just hit this smoothly up against the far wire and it'll be fine. You
Yeah.
just got to make sure you don't hit the near wire. That's good.
That's pretty good. And yeah, Pauline's just conceding straight away. Yeah,
And that's the right choice, 5-1 up, isn't it?
yeah, I think so.
Red here should be trying to block blue's approach to hoop 8.
It looks. I was going to say, I thought she might be rush peeling there for a moment, which
That's-
would be a very bad idea.
Yeah. But you know where blue is. Blue's a stationary ball. It's not going to move again before yellow plays. Block blue's approach to hoop 8.
Yeah, I was thinking that. Like, I don't think it's too likely black's going to clear, and even if black does clear, yellow's still sort of favourite to win the hoop. I think I would be tempted there to put red on the back of blue, really, and hope that yellow's really good.
Yeah. Black's never shooting at that.
No.
The score line dictates you want keep control, get your balls on side. This
Yeah.
is good length, I think.
Yeah, that's brilliant. That's good.
That's a really good shot.
It's a bit more angle than she'd like, but the length is nice. And actually now red looks a bit lost there. Like,
Well, it's actually got quite a good angle to get between black and yellow.
okay, yeah,
That's the only positive I can see for it.
Yeah.
But I would much rather have had it 10 yards further south between blue and the hoop.
yep.
Or whatever it is, 8 yards, 9 yards. Another good
That looks
length
pretty
shot
handy.
here. This is good.
Or has it? Yeah, no, it's good.
Yeah.
Handy. Pauline's checking whether it's blocked. I didn't think it was, but she's taking a closer look, so maybe it is.
Yeah, it's a good ball, this. If blue is blocked by red on the hoop, there'll be a consideration of not shooting at yellow and taking the hoop on as
Yeah.
potentially only go.
I always feel like that can't be right. As in, there's not many people who have got good percentage chances of running this hoop. So I'd say maybe 20-30% sort of chance. And I think from this position, I'd want to win the hoop more often than 20 or 30% chance. It just seems like if you miss the shot and go for the hoop, it's game
Yeah, took
hoop
the
over.
hoop on.
Yeah.
But the problem with clearing yellow is that your ball, the black, normally finishes south of the hoop.
Yeah.
And if yellow plays back to a wide position, then
Yeah.
the only shot you get is to jump over red. And whilst for someone with your power will, the jump over red's fine, I'm not sure Pauline can get over it.
Yeah.
So I think that's why she took the hoop on. And we mentioned at hoop 6, Susanna managed to develop such a strong position that we fancied her getting back to 5-3 down. And now all it takes is a little bit of good play around hoop 9, and we're game on again, aren't we?
Yeah. And I'm really a big believer that how you get to a scoreline matters. So because Pauline was 5-0 up and now she's looking at 5-3, I think she might be feeling a bit nervous. Whereas if she was 3-all and then went 5-3, I think she'll be fine.
And do you clear blue in the middle, or do you hit it 3/4 ball on the right and try and sneak over towards 9?
When you're behind,
oh, look at this!
Yeah, when you're
That's
behind,
half ball.
when you're behind, I would play that sort of shot. And I think she's done it really well, actually.
It's a great shot. The downside is I think it might be a double target.
Yeah. And I guess also if you centre ball that, even if blue does do the return clearance, you're still favourite for the hoop. Whereas if blue does a return clearance, it's less, like hoop 8 itself is less certain. Watching it? No. So here red presumably should only run by a short distance.
It certainly doesn't want to be anywhere near blue.
Yeah.
So I don't really want it more than 3 yards through.
Yeah.
But equally, yellow's so good you can't risk not running it.
No, yeah, absolutely. You don't want to blob the hoop trying to run it by only an inch or two. I think if you go to the boundary, then blue might be able to block more easily, but
It has gone off.
I think that's fine, really. It's quite a distance from blue.
Well, it's gone off, and I don't think there's any chance of a snuggle
No.
there. Might offer blue a blocking line while playing down to 9.
Black's not brilliant, to be honest.
No, I'm not sure you even need to clear that.
No.
Take position on the opposite side of the hoop.
Yep. Yeah, it's giving black a nervy hoop run at this stage isn't. I think it's a good way back into the game. Like if you let black mess up the hoop basically, and then you run 9, I think that can devastate someone's confidence and then get you back in. Yeah, and she's just ignored it. In fact, black might not even have a hoop run. Like black just might.
Could be quite angled, couldn't
Yeah,
it?
black could just be a nothing.
That's a good shot.
That's really nice. But black's going to struggle to get rid of yellow. There's not much distance it can add to that clearance. So.
And Diana's just missed what might be her last shot of the match on lawn 2. No, Ha has a 4-foot straight hoop 10 to win the deciding game. So, do you think this is black or blue? She's clearly shooting at something.
I think it has to be blue, right? If you're shooting, I personally would be sticking this in position.
I'm going to put that in position every time.
Okay, that's a good shot.
Nailed the
That's a
blue.
good shot.
Perhaps it was a big double.
Yeah, but I'm not actually sure hitting black does anything useful.
So I think she's going to go not for the hoop. She'll either go for the jaws or just in front.
Yeah.
I don't think this is a power shot. No Ha wins against Diana. Congratulations to Noha. 7-3 in the third.
This looks like a jaws.
I think it's a nudge. Yeah, just a nudge in front.
Oh, that's pretty nice, but it looks pretty vulnerable from red.
Red can definitely clear it. And my question is, how easy is black's hoop?
It's hard to tell from here.
Yeah, it is. It could be quite angled.
Yeah.
Quite close to that right-hand wire. And if it is, I think Susanna can just play yellow up towards it into jumping range.
It's very vulnerable if it's on the wire.
Blue would have to clear yellow then. Red
right.
could play back to the same position yellow had just been cleared from.
Yeah, you overwork blue and then go to jump eventually.
But if black's runnable, yellow will take position, blue will probably either take position or clear yellow, and red will be forced into clearing black.
Yeah.
So looking at this blocking angle between red and black, indicating that the black is potentially runnable.
That's interesting. I would have been tempted to clear red into corner there and just make this clearance horrible.
Yeah, I agree. This angle's much easier than from the corner.
I mean, at this angle, if you rush peel, you've been really unlucky. From the corner, if you rush peel, it's no big surprise, I think.
So good clearance. But
yeah, nice clearance.
Black's got good control over yellow. Blue didn't quite get as straight in front as would have been ideal.
I wonder if blue was trying to block rather than focusing on position. No, that's a nice shot.
Lovely shot. Blue definitely can't run anymore.
Yeah.
So
maybe jaws again, although black's on this backswing by the looks of things.
This is a fantastic opportunity to put yellow between blue and the hoop. And if you get it absolutely right, blue and black are in a lot of trouble.
Yeah. But then, if you do that, can blue hide behind yellow? Can blue hide from red behind yellow, and then black take care of yellow next shot?
Sure, but you're going to end up with a wide area for red to clear black where black can't hit anything.
Yeah.
So it's well worth trying this, I think. That's sort of done the opposite. It's trying to take hoop position so blue can't clear it the other way, but that makes the hoop much longer. So I think just playing blue in front of the hoop wide from red is completely sound here.
Yeah. It's quite simple. That looks handy. It looks like it's blocking yellow. I'm guessing it's also wide from red.
Yeah, that's almost sort of the position I fancied yellow being after the last shot. I want to take tight control. 5-3 down. I don't want to be running 9 from a long way away.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, if you run 9 by a yard, and then Pauline just puts a ball 2 yards in front of 10, the game's all but lost.
And now after this clearance, I'm assuming blue must be open, which is an error. Blue should have been wide there. Yeah, that was open.
Yeah, right hand side of the ball as well.
So she's given the potential hoop shot to black. It's the right choice. It's not an easy shot.
No.
And again, I would like yellow clearer on the closer on the basis of potentially needing a jump shot.
Yeah, I think so. My thought is that this will be a jaws rather than a hoop run, but I've not seen too much of Pauline play, so she might go with power and try to get it through.
Again, I think this.
Yeah, jaws.
And always think when you're deciding to choose to play your ball 4 yards deep, and you haven't got a 4-yard jump shot. Very few of these ladies have got a 4-yard jump shot. Is there any chance that next time that ball plays, it's going to want it to jump?
Yeah.
And this is why I'm always trying to play 4, 5, 6 feet back and force my opponent to clear straight away.
Yeah.
Rather than end up in this nasty position. And during the practice, I watched Susanna play several very good jump shots from up to 2 yards. But this is 4 yards.
Yeah.
And there's a big difference. Oh, it's a old golf shot. Here we go. Already shout 4.
I've never seen this technique work at any real range.
I'd always recommend getting a referee to watch this. That was a super effort.
That was actually really good.
Direction was really good. Flicked off the top of the crown. And the reason I mention that is if after the shot's played you found that the lawn's been damaged, somebody needs to decide, was it caused by the ball or the mallet? And doing it retrospectively is very difficult.
Very difficult, unless of course you've got video. But I don't think we'd be like would the refs be allowed to review the stream footage?
I believe they would.
Oh really? Okay.
I believe they would.
I'm kind of aware of some refs now. They videotape with their phone, and then they can use that video to make a decision. But then I think, are they supposed to delete the video afterwards or not sure? I can't. I might be making things up. I've heard of some referees now videotaping shots.
It's particularly common in Spain.
Okay.
So they've been leading. Bob Kroger sort of started this initiative. It must be a decade ago, and it hasn't been taken up as widely as I thought it might. I guess people like me who don't own mobile phones aren't a help to matters, but I can understand the benefits of doing it, and I think we'll just have to see over the next decade whether it becomes commonplace.
Yeah, I mean, there's the interesting case with AC, right, where they did that slow-mo video
Yep.
of roll shots, and it turns out loads of roll shots are faults.
And they changed the rules because of it, the laws
Yeah.
because of it. So you now got to be able to see it with your own eyes without any slow motion replay or
Yeah.
zoom lens.
And I guess that's it. Like, and you might even end up in a situation where if someone's got the latest iPhone, they would pick up that it's a fault. But if someone's got some 50 quid phone, that referee can't possibly call a fault or something. And you might end up in a strange situation like that if you insist on certain pieces of kit being used.
That needs to stop.
No.
It's gone. So black onto yellow.
Feels strong, doesn't it?
6-3 lead. The rain has eased though, Will, hasn't
Yep.
it?
You can just about see it, but it's nothing like it was before. Good shot.
Yeah, good shot. And again, I don't think it's compulsory to clear blue.
I was just thinking, if you clear blue, I don't know how close yellow's hanging around. Blue sort of comes back to roughly where it is. I don't know how much you actually get out of clearing blue.
I'm going to try and take hoop position.
I think so. That's what I would be doing.
Somewhere between blocking blue at the hoop
Mm.
and a little bit short of that, which would be wired from black.
I think I would be trying to get the block on blue. I think blocking blue's hoop shot's really strong.
Yeah, that's your number 1 point.
Yeah.
I've been trying to get people to think about where their miss is. And to me,
Oh, I see.
that's the number 1 spot, you block blue.
Mm.
But your number 2 is just a couple of balls short of that, being wired from black.
Yeah.
And I'm just thinking, blue misses the hoop, bounces out to the side, red might be able to clear blue getting to 11, and as a way to win from 6-3 down.
That's a plausible way.
Plausible way, isn't
Yeah.
it? So she's gone for the
She's gone for
takeout.
a clear out.
And
that's
good shot.
okay.
Good
That's
shot.
okay.
So I think blue will play the opposite side of the hoop to red.
I'd be tempted to put blue back roughly where it was before. Okay, so
I like that. That's a lovely neutral ball controlling an area.
yeah, and I think if push came to shove, blue can run that. That's
It definitely draws a ball.
yeah. So my personal preference in that sort of situation is to put a ball just outside of stop shot distance. So you put blue somewhere with a nice straight hoop run, and you just accept you're going to be cleared by red. But when red clears you, you're hoping that red doesn't hang around, but rather goes 3 or 4 meters, or a handful of distance, and then black comes in tight. That's my sort of set menu in that situation.
So Susanna's putting all her eggs in one basket. She's gone wide from black.
Yeah, I think that's quite
The
brave.
plan is to clear blue, hopefully to a wide position. But has Pauline managed to block the shot? Looks like it's still open.
It's got to be a firm clearance though. Moving blue a metre or two is no good.
Oh,
Ugh.
got through all 3. So now I think we will see whether blue can get in the jaws
Yeah.
or through.
I think this could go through, you know.
Yeah, there's nothing better to do with it, is there?
No.
Clearing red, no good. Taking position, no good. So take the hoop on.
Even jaws, unless you're plumb, like right in the middle of the hoop, I think red can deal with you if you're sort of just on the edge of the jaws.
Yeah, good
Yeah,
shot.
good hoop.
Good shot. I really did like that positional shot from Blue. It was just that perfect range to still allow it to be runnable, but the opposite side to red. It's a good comeback having lost the first. So we're going to go to a decider.
Have they had lunch?
No, and I would say it's almost unheard of for one of the Egyptians to decide to stop during a match for lunch.
Yeah.
And I think they'll go straight on.
Yeah. I guess the manager would probably prefer they don't stop as well. You don't want empty lawns.
No, we've got lots of matches to fit on today. We've got a deteriorating weather forecast from 4 o'clock.
Oh, okay, I hadn't realised that.
Lots and lots of knockout matches to play today. And I'm hoping we're going to see them go straight on.
Yeah. That is one thing I find kind of difficult in the Worlds, where if you have a late start, you could start as early as, say, 11 o'clock.
Yep.
But equally, you could start at 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock. And where to fit in lunch, I always find the first game after lunch very difficult. About an hour after lunch is, feeling a bit sleepy. And you end up in a situation of wondering whether you should eat lunch at all, or do you just skip it?
And I always encourage people who ask that question to have some sort of nut bar, snack bar,
Yeah.
so they can actually, just between a game, spend 2 minutes eating,
Yeah.
little bit to drink, rehydrate, get the carbs in, without having a sort of full lunch that might weigh you down afterwards. We were at Nottingham commentating on the AC Open, and I think it was a match between Mark Avery
Would it have been James?
and James, I think, and they both played really very well, and then they went and had lunch. And after lunch it was a bit of a nightmare.
Yeah.
So again, just for people watching, the player should not be practicing on the lawn between games. This is not allowed. And in an ideal world, yes, here we go. Francis Coleman is going down. This is very good refereeing. Referees are there to help the manager as well.
Yeah.
The manager can't be out watching everyone all the time, and just needs to tell the player, no, you can't do this between games. This is practicing.
Yeah.
You're allowed your 5 or 10 minutes before the start of each match, but nothing between games.
Yeah.
And the same applies to coaching. So you can go and talk to your coach before a match, but you shouldn't really be
not
talking
between games.
between games.
Oh, that's interesting.
So well done, Francis. That's
Yeah,
good.
I think that's the right thing to do.
There's always a language barrier at all these tournaments, but Pauline's played in a lot of World Championships and under 21s, and you should just hang around, wait for your opponent to come back. And remember, Susanna's going to get first play in game 3.
Yeah.
Can she put that first ball straight in front of hoop 1?
Yeah, it's quite easy when you've just won a game to think you're still winning, but actually, at the start of a new game you can go 2-0 down and somehow still think you're winning, and then have a sudden realisation that, of course, it doesn't matter whether you won last game 7-0, you're 2-0 down right now, and you need to do something.
So just trying to catch you up on other lawns. The match between Jamie Gumbrell and Dallas Cook is in its early stages, game 1, and it looks as if Jamie has a 3-1 lead in the first with good control at hoop 5.
So I think the camera crew are saying that we're going to swap session now. So I think Alison and the crew have been organising these into session 1, session 2, session 3, and I think we're now going to transition from, either session 1 to 2 or 2 to 3. So we are staying live. We'll be back basically instantly. but you'll need to go back onto Croquet England YouTube and see and click on the live thing. So the stream will pause very briefly, and then we'll come back in like a minute or so.
Thanks very much, everyone. We will be back with you shortly on session 2. Please return to YouTube /@Croquet England, and we'll be right back with you.